Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the November 18th, 2025 meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. Our chair, John, is out today, so I am the lucky one who gets to sit in his seat. I'm going to turn it over to our lovely staff members and city attorney to talk about how things are going to progress today.
Thank you so much. Good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488 #, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. If you wish to speak on an item, click the raise hand icon if you're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if you are participating by phone. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Before we begin, can I ask PGR Communications to promote me as a panelist on Zoom? Great. So before we begin, we're going to go to the approval of the minutes from the October 21st meeting. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes? Mr. Breslin, a second. Mr. Novick, all in favor? Now, we do have only 6 members present today, so that would require 5 affirmative votes for any application that includes demolition, as well as 5 affirmative votes for any application that has variances. I do believe we have one request for a continuance, and that is for HPB file 25-0670 for 1835 Michigan Avenue. Will the applicant please come up? If you can please state your name on the record.
Sandra Huerta.
And you're asking for a continuance to the December or January meeting?
Please.
Would you like December? I would suggest January.
Perfect.
That'd be January, let me see, just a second. That'd be the January 13th meeting.
Perfect.
So with that, do we have any public comment on the request for continuance only? Again, this is for 1835 Michigan Avenue. This is an application requesting a variance for a seawall height. Is there any public comment on the request for a continuance? Seeing nobody in chambers, anybody online? There's nobody online with a comment on the request for continuance. Without any comments from the board or a motion on the request for continuance?
I'll move to continue to the January meeting.
Second? Mr. Breslin, second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion that application is continued to the January 13th meeting.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Thank you, sir.
Well, that will begin with the first regular item on the agenda. This is for HPB 25-0674, 1210 Michigan Avenue. Just a second here. So the board may remember that on April 22nd of this year, the board approved the demolition of the single-family home that was constructed in 1940, originally designed by Albert Annis, and the construction of a new two-story single-family home with an understory. The applicant is now seeking modifications of those plans in order to incorporate a roof deck, which is not previously approved. Now, the applicant is requesting a variance to eliminate the required 10-foot side facing a street setback for roof decks, allowing the deck to align with the setback of the floor below. The roof deck setback requirement was adopted several years ago to maintain privacy for neighboring properties. Now, this particular lot is unusual in that it's only 50 feet in width. Typically, corner lots are 60 feet in width, and that's to take in consideration the extra setback that's required for corner properties. For example, a corner property requires a 15-foot setback on a side facing a street versus a 7.5-foot interior setback, which is typically allowed. Because this lot is undersized in terms of the lot width, as well as the complying with the setbacks would only allow a deck of 10 feet in width. That would be up with a 10-foot setback on the side facing the street and interior side. This only applies to the side facing the street setback, so it does not impact the privacy of the neighboring properties. The applicant's also requesting a waiver of the two-story side setback standards, which require an open courtyard along a side elevation. Now, the prior application did meet that requirement because it has a courtyard, where this application includes a circular staircase that's located within that area to access the roof deck. That does reduce the overall square footage to what's less than what the code is required. However, this is a design waiver that the board can grant. So for the reasons I've indicated, as well as the reasons of the board, we are supportive of the variance for the setback for the roof deck, as well as the waiver for the two-story house standards. So that'll turn it over to Mr. Choif on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. Ralph Choif Levy Fishman, Miami, Florida Architects. So, yeah, we had this residence approved by the Historic Board a while back. And the owner would like to have a roof deck. So across the street is Flamingo Park. So I'd like to see Flamingo Park from the roof. Thing with this lot is it's 50 feet wide, and I'm required a 15-foot setback along the street, and I'm required 7.5 interior setback. And I'm also required to have any roof deck set back 10 feet from the exterior, not the overhang, but the exterior of any structure there. So that only leaves me with 7.5 feet of roof deck to work with. So we'd like to have a roof deck installed or put on this residence, and everything sets back 10 feet with the exception of the 12th Street setback, which is right to the edge, in order to have a workable roof deck. Again, there's a street there. There's a 15-foot setback from the street, and there's a park across the street, so we don't find there's any encumbrance in that area. So, and the next thing is to get to the roof, we need a spiral stair. We have to have no more than 60 feet in run, according to the code, and then we have to provide an open courtyard equaling 2 or more than 1% of the lot size. In order to get to the roof deck, we had to put a spiral stair in there. One of the provisions that we got the approval on for the roof deck is that we set back from Michigan Avenue, we had to set back 42.5 feet, I believe. The normal setback is 20 feet. The reason we did this was to keep with the historic neighborhood, the setbacks of the existing homes, and we were asked by staff to do that, and we did, and we got that approved. So now it really compresses the site area where you can build. So that open area is still open, but it has a spiral staircase in it, and it reduces the 1% to 0.85%. So we are deficient by 0.1%, 0.15%. So that's basically what we have. If you'd like to take a look at a diagram of the actual variance, it's right there. There's what we can have on top, and this is what we're proposing on the bottom. So it's not an egregious ask, I believe. The front elevation will basically look the same as before. It won't really change except for a railing that's glass on top. That's where the stair is right now. And that's the front elevation. So you see the added rail. That's all glass, frameless. And now I wait comments from the board. Any questions I can answer?
Do we have any comments from the board? Questions for the applicant?
We're going to take a public comment.
We can take public comment, yes.
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose? Okay.
We have one caller in line with her hand raised, Johan Moore.
Good morning, Johan. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good morning, board members. While a rooftop in a residential neighborhood would normally raise concerns, I wanted to point out that the specific location, as indicated by the presenter, I think alleviates those concerns. I think that the neighbors would be much more concerned were this located not adjacent to a park and a few single-family homes who will presumably have a word with their neighbor should there be excess noise from the rooftop. That's obviously the concern with a rooftop arrangement, is that the noise will carry. Thank you very much.
That concludes our public comment online. I see nobody in chambers.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance and modifications.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
One opposed. That motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we did the CVA for the design.
Okay.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve
I'll second that.
with conditions.
All in favor of that? Any opposed?
Yes.
One opposed. Thank you. That motion passes again 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is HPB 25-0663 for 336 Meridian Avenue. Just a second. The board may remember this was last before you last month in October, and it was continued to a date certain of day to address the concerns expressed by the board and staff. Since the last month's meeting, the applicant has revised the plan significantly to, we believe, address the board's comments. This includes removing the projecting front balcony, adding a partial third-floor balcony and additional windows for improved residential character, reducing the reflectivity of the third-floor cantilever, enhancing security with Corten steel entry elements, preserving the existing Christmas palms, and increasing the rear yard setback from 4 feet to 5 feet as recommended by staff. For these reasons, we are supportive of the overall design changes that have been made, as well as the modified variance request, and are recommending approval of the C of A, which includes the C of A for demolition of the rear structure, as well as the variance for the rear setback to allow a setback of 5 feet at the rear. I'll turn it over to the applicant for the presentation.
Actually, do we have any board questions for staff? Do we have any board questions for staff? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanis. offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Kindred Properties LLC, the applicant and owner of the subject property. With me, Renee Gonzalez and Kevin Regalado from Renee's Architecture Studios. We do appreciate all of the feedback we received last month, not only from all of you, but neighbors who came, and subsequently our team did meet with the neighbors to go over the changes that are before you. And again, we appreciate everyone's input. It's been very helpful to improve the project, make it more residential character. And so we do feel that this design we're about to present to you is complimentary for the neighbors and is great for the neighborhood and for this owner. As a reminder, this is a single-use residence, even though it could be multifamily. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Renee.
Thank you. Renee Gonzalez Architects at 1000 Venetian Way, number 110. Thank you for your comments. We're in front of you today to present a revised design. We also, as Matt just said, met with the neighbors and addressed their concerns as well. I think we have their support, and one of them is meant to speak on Zoom, I think. So let me take you through the changes we've made since the last meeting. This is the original design that was presented last time, and this is the revised design. What we did is we addressed your comments in various ways. One, and most importantly, I think, is we pushed the facade back to align with the existing historic facade. We eliminated the balcony altogether so that it becomes an internal balcony and internally located to the volume. We also created a transparent, or as transparent as can be, fence so that the original historic facade can be appreciated. I think those are the major moves. We've also addressed, and I'll show you in a moment, the variance issue, and that's something we worked quite a bit on with the neighbors, and we met on site and so forth. This is the revised design. You can see the now facade of the new addition that has a more symmetrical quality, as I think had been mentioned by the board. This is something that was requested by you at the last meeting, which is an actual photograph of how much vegetation there is. We obviously, show you this because it was requested, but we understand that we want the building to be right regardless of the vegetation. So this is the elevation showing the proposed fence, which would be a picket fence similar to what exists now. And these are existing photographs. I'm sorry, if I'm moving too quickly through this, please let me know. So here you see the revised situation with the new facade not protruding nor having a balcony. So we've also revised the variance request to represent staff's recommendation, and also, as I said, it's something that we've addressed with the neighbors, and I think they're very pleased to have the new conditions, because we've also, in the landscape drawings, these are all similar but revised, as you can see here. The front elevation is now in line with the... So the landscape drawings, what we did is there's a number of palms that exist on the property line to the north. And we have, working with the neighbors, agreed to leave all of those palms. We had originally intended to have new vegetation there that we thought would still do the same thing and grow quickly, but they really love what exists. So that's what you see here in these revised drawings, where we've agreed to leave those palms so that they can have the comfort that they will have the kind of green, lush vegetation that they currently have. And that's all that I have for you today, I think. I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Do we have questions from the board for the applicant?
It's not really a question. I just want to really thank you for taking what we've requested and done it. I was thrilled when I looked at the package and said, oh my goodness, it's, usually there's this little give and take and whatever, but you really took everything to heart. You did it, and I think you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Could you please just go over what the waivers, variances you're requesting, just a summary, since I don't know if the changes in the design have affected at all?
On the variance? Yes. What we did is we revised the drawings showing how much we're going back on the front. In the past, here, if you can see the cursor, this used to protrude out to the front setback line. So that's been revised, and then this has been revised to agree with staff's recommendation. It used to be 4 foot, and now it's 5 foot. That's correct.
And that's our only variance, there's no waiver.
That's correct. Sorry, yeah, I didn't make that clear. Thank you, Matt.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just to be clear, on the rear setback, you're encroaching 9 feet is what you're asking for.
That's correct, yes. And
Thank you.
yeah, if you recall, that's consistent with the majority of the other buildings on that block. And also, after looking at it on site with the neighbors, I think they were very comfortable with that as well. I don't know if one of them is on Zoom finally, but he said he was going to be on Zoom to speak up himself.
Anyone else have questions for the applicant before we go to public comment? Okay, public comment?
Let's take public comment from the audience first. It's in chambers.
And Madam Chair, do any board members have any disclosures to make before we hear from the public? No? Okay.
Hi, Roger Goldblatt, MDPL, 1000 Ocean Drive. We appreciate the applicant's tweaking the design to address some of the concerns we had, as well as those of the Historic Preservation Board at the last presentation. However, we still do not support the proposed design. We continue to have significant concerns. The massing, the scale, the angular form remain out of context with both the original structure and the Ocean Beach Historic District. The overall design lacks contextual sensitivity to the predominantly Art Deco and Mediterranean revival character of interior portion of the South of Fifth neighborhood. We no longer oppose the rear setback variance, understanding the significant voluntary setbacks design has to respect the facades of the historic contributing structure that are being retained. We appreciate the applicant's desire to build a forever home in Miami Beach and their love of the new home. We all love Miami. With that, we encourage the applicant to reconsider the design with one that is more contextually appropriate and that respects the historic nature of their property surroundings. Thank you.
Anybody else in chambers? On Zoom?
Last call for anybody on Zoom with their hand raised to comment on this application. There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, so we'll go to board comment.
I have a question. Can I ask a question? Did you add a door to the front? Because I thought it was open.
We correctly showed the door that would exist within the keyhole opening.
Right, so
Yes.
that's new? Or,
Yeah.
because I asked the question, are you leaving it open, so is there a gate, and now it looks
Yeah,
like there's a
no,
door?
I'm sorry, I may have been confused. Yes, let's just say it's new, but because it wasn't properly shown
Oh, okay, thank
previously.
you.
Yeah.
One other question, sorry. The balcony on the second floor actually has no roof on it, correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yeah.
But everything else is, that's the only place it's open right there, is over the balcony.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And if I may add, one of the reasons that balcony is there is because the neighbor that lives in the unit very close to that corner requested that there be more light that come through into his unit, or that we maximize that condition as much as possible. So that's the reason why that balcony is placed in that location. Sorry, just to be clear, we addressed his concern, but we're also very pleased with the result. And want to thank you, really, because I think that oftentimes, these scenarios lead to a better place, and I think this is a more sensitive design, hands down.
Does anyone else have any board comment? I know you asked to ask questions, but if we've got questions, we want to make sure we ask them, but, this idea is for board commentary at this point.
Renee, can you explain the,
So, good question.
yes, it's a question.
Okay.
Can you explain the glazing or the skin of the new structure?
Well, the idea is that it be a glass block, sort of volume, and that it have windows inserted, and the windows you can see here on the elevation, for example, have a relationship to the original building, but that for the most part it be all glass block.
That's the entire system on all elevations?
Yeah, yes, of the front volume.
Yeah, I
yes.
didn't know if it was sectional,
Yeah.
Yeah,
The lines, the
Pieces.
seams you see are
Mullion.
Are mullions, yes, and
and that's aluminum, I would imagine.
correct.
Yeah.
Question or comment?
So, question.
Okay.
Further to that, is the railing on the roof deck also all glass block? It looks different in the rendering, and I can't tell. There's a railing around the entire
Oh,
roof.
yes,
for
the
roof deck.
railing is glass block as well,
It's
so.
glass block?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The fence on the street, what is that material? I mean, it looks very orange.
It would be Cortan steel, so it's essentially steel that sort of feels very natural in a way, because.
So it can rust.
Yeah,
Okay.
And that's the same material being used on the door.
that's correct.
So it's steel, that'll need protective coating, I would imagine? or-
It's a steel that, as it wears, it develops its own protective coating. So
A patina or
a
oxidation?
patina, correct. That's a nicer word. Yeah, it just feels very organic. We've used it before, and it tends to disappear into the landscape because it just it feels very natural and organic as it tends to patina.
So would you describe it as a copper or brass, or is it?
No well, in the sense that it would have a bit of a color to it, yes. But it wouldn't be copper or brass, it would be Cortan steel.
And it's certainly not going to rust and deteriorate?
No, it's not, it's a material that protects itself as it patinas.
Gotcha.
Kind of like copper does on
Yeah.
a roof when it turns green, yeah.
All right.
It might have been helpful if you brought a sample.
And we can provide that to staff if, of course, yes.
Elizabeth, I believe, has comments and questions.
Okay, it's a mixture of both. I know you just explained the skin, the glass skin, but would you mind bringing up a floor plan and going over that again?
Of course. So,
I'm sorry, go to the next floor, because I think it's easier to see. Yeah,
What, I'm
'cause here
sorry?
you show, and that's
This
in the-
one.
Yeah, because here you show only one layer of finished material there, at least on my package. I don't
It-
see two.
it's, the light blue here is the glass block.
Okay.
Correct.
Then you don't have an exterior wall, your exterior wall is glass?
It's all glass block.
Okay.
The
that's what I
exterior
was-
wall is glass block, yes.
Okay, that's what I wasn't 100%
Yes.
sure on. Okay,
Here's-
thank you.
We have that sample, by the way. We can bring it back up if you'd like to see it.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
While I applaud your design, I think the building size, you've got a 7,000 square foot lot. You're building close to a 9,000 square foot house. And you're coming in here asking for a variance for 9 feet. You're building a 50-some-odd foot tall building in this neighborhood. And this design may work elsewhere, but not on a 7,000 square foot lot that you're building a 9,000 square foot house and you're asking for an additional 14 foot setback. I cannot support you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for hearing our comments. My one concern with this, and it's from the perspective rendering, is the roof on the overhang looks to me very commercial, being reflective steel. Is that what the intent is, or the ceiling on the overhang?
The intent,
I don't know
yeah,
how to
we'll show you
describe
the
it.
exact material. The intent is for that to disappear and have it be reflective. So it's really a material that won't be read as what it is. We've used it before on other buildings in the area, glass in particular. We've used Alucobond. What happens is it tends to it would be something like this, but it would tend to reflect the environment. So while I think that that you would tend to think of this material as an industrial material, the whole intent is that it just disappear. And as you can see here in this elevation, that the landscape is what really reads as the dominant feature. If we had, let's say, stucco, which would be the more sort of normal material to use, I think you would read it as a material, while this is going to dissipate into the landscape. That's our intention.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have a question, Mitch?
Sure.
Comment?
On to the same discussion. So is this like an EFIS system designed with a metal cladding? Is there a DENS glass behind it, or is that how?
Yeah, something like that, or there's exactly, it's a
Okay.
panel system.
Okay,
Yeah.
panel system, yes. And the size of the sheets, I would imagine, was a 4x8 or?
They could be larger, where we would use the largest possible. At this point, it's up to 12 feet. So
And-
let's say 4x12.
How do you hide the joints, so you're just not concerned?
You will, well, the joints will be visible, but they will be a line, a very minimal line that would be visible. It's a minimal joint, much less than what you see, for example, here, because this is a reveal.
And how do you envision this being fastened to the,
It's a system that clips on.
Substrate.
Right. So
Is
there's,
it
there's. a-
glued?
No. It's a, you want to, go ahead. Right, well, it's mechanically fastened is what Kevin is saying, but it's a system that's pre-manufactured for this purpose, and it has a structure behind it that sort of allows you to mechanically fasten it
So
on.
you won't see the?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
And this would meet hurricane standard?
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I mean, 4 blocks from here, we've used it as well.
Which?
On glass?
Okay. And
Glass
where-
is, sorry, 120 Ocean Drive.
Which is glass, right?
Yeah,
Glass building.
It's a glass building.
Where on that project is it being used? Under the balconies? I don't know.
It's being used on the elevator cores,
Okay.
the entire height of the building.
And that's on the interior. You're not going to see that from.
On the what?
You're not going to see that from the street.
Oh, you do, yeah.
do.
It's highly visible from the causeway, actually.
From the causeway?
Yeah, and we use
Okay, the rear of the structure.
Correct, facing
yeah,
facing
I get it.
Miami.
Can you see it from the alley? What is that, Ocean Corridor?
You can see it from the alley, you can see it from the distance. As a matter of fact, we use 2 slightly different tonalities of the silver there, just like this, in order to differentiate a pattern. And it's quite effective, I think, in the sense that you do really, it tends to dissipate into the landscape. It reflects this. In this case, we want it to reflect the landscape. In that case, it reflects the sky and the atmosphere, really, which was the intention for that building in general.
Although, because we're discussing it, how has that building weathered in terms of its
It's-
glazing systems? Are there any issues?
No.
Okay.
No, we're actually working on the project now to have a new gym on the ground floor, and there's nothing on the building that needs to be addressed because it's not weathered properly or so forth. It's.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Sir, may-
We have another
Okay, sorry,
question.
Before you make, sorry, I'm back. So you have you start working on the permit set on the working drawings for the
No, of
project?
course not.
No, okay, no, I was just curious to understand from a structure standpoint, because we don't see any structure on the facades. And also the energy, how do you meet energy calculations with an entire glass facade? And if it's a see-through, you cannot hide anything behind it.
Well, we have done that. We have been working with the structural engineer and the MEP engineer to make sure that they feel comfortable with us proceeding with this design. The structure, that's what those seams, these seams are implying is that we would have, oops, I'm going the wrong way, I'm so sorry. The seams are implying that we would have structure, right? You can see it here. And there's also structure on the historic facade, on the interior of the historic facade, a steel structure. Can you pull out that, the board of the interior of that courtyard so Elizabeth can see that? So we have worked with the engineers to feel confident that, that what we're doing is consistent with calculations that they would have to make.
So what's the thermal insulation capacity of glass?
I don't know the answer to that, to be honest.
No, I was just curious, wondering, right? Because, I mean, when you're talking about a more solid wall, it's just like more common, you understand a little
Yeah.
bit better how much it can actually stop the heat from coming in. But when you have 3 sides or 4 sides of your facade being all glass and you cannot put any kind of insulation because then it's not see-through anymore, right?
Right. We ran some preliminary calculations with the engineer, and they're confident that we can do this.
Happy to hear.
Yeah. So you can see, I don't know if,
Right. Yeah, so in the historic facade, since it's a solid wall, that's something that, yeah, you can hide behind. When you have the glasses that you cannot anymore, so everything becomes visible
Correct.
from the
That's
street. So I have a question for you, Michael. So if, let's say, as they develop the construction documents and structure needs to become thicker, more visible, is that something that they will bring back to us?
Yes. If we look at it and the design changes significantly from what the board is looking at today, we would require them to come back to the board to approve that change.
Thank you.
I didn't get a chance to ask any questions or make comments sitting in John's chair today. I just wanted to ask, they brought up the discussion about the door earlier, and you said it was incorrectly represented last time. And so I want to get, do you have another image that actually shows the door or something else that we can look at? Because even in my papers that I have in front of me, there are places where looks like there might be a door. There are places where clearly it's showing the staircase behind it. The board that you just showed with the interior shows the door, like there's nothing in that keyhole. So do you have something that can, a visual representation that we could look at?
yes, do we have it here? The visual representation of the door. What's the best way to see it?
It's here. Can we zoom in, or?
Yes, so just so you guys know, our A5 doesn't show that door. It shows the staircase.
We realize that. That's, I think, what Mr. Hollingworth's question was. I think that we were so focused on the design in the past that we didn't clearly show that. But after last meeting, when we discussed the fence and the door and what you see and you don't see, we wanted to make that very clear. Honestly, I had thought originally that that was something that we would continue to work with staff on, which we're happy to do on anything that you would want us to sort of look at closer with them. But we realized it was important to show. So here you see, it's a simple panel, and it would have 2 seams, as you see here.
But it's a glass door.
No,
No.
it's a Corten steel
Oh, okay,
to match the fence.
okay.
Okay. Do we have anybody who wants to make a motion for?
Just,
Before-
was there nobody online?
Nobody online with their hand raised. But before we make a motion, I just want to add, the applicant proffered to keep the landscaping, the palms along the north side. I'd like to include that as a condition for any recommendation of approval for the C of A. And I know Mr. Meyer has indicated he will not support the variance. Is there anybody else who would not support the variance for the rear setback? Just want to make sure, because if there was not the support, then I'd ask the applicant if he wanted to continue the application. But it sounds like only Mr. Meyer is not supportive of the variance. So with that, I'll entertain a motion for the variance as well as for the C of A for the design.
I'll make such a motion.
To
Do I do the design
variance or
first?
the COA?
For the C of A first.
Have a second? Mr. Breslin? All in favor of the design?
Aye.
I,
Any opposed?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer opposed?
I'll
And on the
make-
variance?
I'll make a motion for the variance.
Second on the variance?
I'll
Mr.
second.
Breslin? All in favor of the variance? Any opposed?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer opposed. Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, we appreciate your comments from the last time. It really, we feel, has improved the design. So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Thank you.
The next application is HPB 24-0640, 1440 Michigan Avenue. an application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new 3-story multifamily building with an understory, including a waiver to exceed the maximum allowable lot coverage to replace an existing lot to be demolished. Just to give you a brief history on this property, on January 26, 1999, the planning board approved a conditional use permit allowing the construction of a small storage facility within the existing parking lot. On February 24, 2015, the board approved that lot split for the subject property, 1440 Michigan Avenue and 1030 15th Street, with 2 developable lots. The southern lot, which is the subject of this application, has remained as an existing parking lot. The applicant is proposing to construct a 3-story, 23-unit multifamily residential structure on the southern parcel to replace the existing parking lot, inclusive of the demolition of the existing storage facility. Since the existing building was constructed in 1999 and retains no original architectural elements, staff has no objection to the applicant's request for total demolition of this structure. Staff is supportive of this application. The design is compatible with the neighboring 3-story structure on the northern parcel that was subject to the lot split. However, staff would note that the overall massing on the 3rd floor is top-heavy as it projects approximately 7 feet from the 2nd level on the east and west ends. This would face Lenox Ave and Michigan Avenue. Staff recommends that the floor plans be adjusted so that the 3rd level does not project beyond the 2nd level except for the projecting balconies. Something to know is that the applicant is requesting a waiver from section 7243A of the Resiliency Code, which states that for lots equal to or greater than 65 feet in width, the maximum lot coverage is 45%. The code does allow for areas such as driveways that would lead into this understory as part of their lot coverage. So as a result, the applicant is proposing a lot coverage of 64%, where 45% is permitted. In order to achieve the parking below the residential units, additional lot coverage is proposed to achieve the understory design and allow adequate floor plate dimensions on the residential units above, given that the site's long and narrow configuration. The proposed parking area will utilize a hydro-paver permeable paver system to improve on-site water management. We also want to note that the multifamily development that is located on the north lot, which was part of the lot split, was approved with a lot coverage of 62.8%, providing a relevant contextual precedent that supports the reasonable waiver. Overall, staff finds that the proposed waiver supports an integral architectural design and recommends that the board affirms the recommendations provided by staff, which would include the reduction of the larger plates at the 3rd level. And we approve subject to the following conditions, which addresses the inconsistencies in the COA criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning once again. Matt Amster at Burke, Howard, L. Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here today representing Crear Rental Michigan LLC, which is the applicant and owner of the subject property. With me, and we do have a presentation, if we could please call that up. Thank you. Go to the next. Thank you. So with our team, I have Louisa Gaffoni from Skywork, our architect. I believe we have Mr. Varela from Landscape Data on either in present or, yep, terrific. Thank you. And we have, I believe, someone, Langen is our traffic engineer. In case we have any questions, they're on Zoom. And here from ownership is Bento Queiroz. And I do have a little housekeeping item for the, we just heard from our owner that they had made a slight change in the ownership structure. And I wanted to let you all know we're getting a revised application to staff. Apologies for the last minute notice and also a delay. Our entire firm has undergone the wonderful IT transition over the weekend, and we're still experiencing difficulties. It's the same, Crear Rental Michigan is still the same ownership entity. It goes down to the same as we had presented, Batista Silvera Limited, and then which owns Crear 100%, and then Stichting 2 Future is 100% owner of Batista, and then at the end, the ultimate person owner through a trust situation is Pedro Paulo Lemos de Castro. So that's our revised ownership structure. Again, that name is Pedro Paulo Lemos de Castro. This is a Brazilian owner coming here and has actually done a project nearby. It went through the design review board and is already under construction, it's already broken ground for an office building in south side of Sunset Harbor. It's 1333 Dade Boulevard. And so here today, they're starting their next project, a multifamily on Michigan. And here you can see on the left that previously this property and the one to the north, which fronts on 15th Street, were for many, many years, I believe since 1973, a surface parking lot that eventually was taken over by Southern Bell. Bell South used for their service vehicles. There's a small storage building there, but basically this has just been a private parking lot for decades. And in 2015, the planning board approved a lot split to allow for both of these properties to be, separated and allow for multifamily. They're both in the RM1 district. That's the zoning districts over there on the right side. And you can see that the north property, which is larger than ours in the split that was made, has already been built out. I believe it finished in 2022 with a 3-story apartment building. It's under condo ownership. So here you can also get a context, and our team and the owner have worked very closely together. This is a hands-on owner looking to bring a very high-quality rental building to this community, and we've definitely taken into account from the beginning, the context, and to provide a sensitive development on this sort of long, narrow, compact lot. And we believe we've achieved that, and in doing so, we've met numerous times with planning staff and appreciate all of their helpful comments and guidance. We originally actually had a number of variances that, with their help and nice redesigns, including adding an understory for more resiliency, we've been able to avoid all variances. So we are basically a compliant project from that regard. And the nature of our project is, again, always to be sensitive, to basically have fronts on both sides, and to be sensitive to both our north and south neighbor. Here's the layout of that existing condition to the north. Notably, they have an 8-foot setback on their south side. We are respecting our required 10-foot setbacks, both in the north and in the south, with 0 projections into either of those setbacks. As you can see, and Louisa will also explain, we have lots of green, both at ground level, on all levels, and including the rooftop. Louisa.
Good morning, members of the board. We're proud to present this multifamily residential project that represents the next generation of contextual and resilient design in Miami Beach. This is a carefully crafted architectural statement, as you guys can see in this image, developed through close collaboration with the staff, which we thank very much again, to ensure sensitivity to scale, rhythm, and character to this neighborhood. Our intent is to provide unique living experience to multiple families while maintaining a single-family residential approach to create a seamless transition from the multifamily development that we have in the north to single-family residence area that we have in the south. This nature-integrated design features a green roof, vertical landscape, and green balconies. It was designed to feel timeless and enhance the Miami Beach architectural fabric. The understory floor plan clearly shows how narrow and challenging our site is. But in collaboration with the staff, we were able to design with full compliance to setbacks with no encroachments, a concealed parking area with enough parking spaces to all units, area for 39 bicycle racks, which promotes active and sustainable mobility, only one 12-foot curb cut on the Michigan Avenue side to access the property, pedestrian approach with shaded seating and lush vegetation. We are requesting for lot coverage waiver. On the second diagram, the yellow area shows the roof projection exceeding the 45% minimum requirement. However, in the first diagram, the red areas show how small the understory footprint is. So to support the city staff's, the city's resiliency and stormwater goals, we're committed to fully landscape around the setbacks, parking with 100% pervious pavers, and green roof. So in the landscape plans for the understory and roof, you can see how we are committed to native species to guarantee an evergreen vegetation contributing to the stormwater management, urban heat island reduction, green buffer, and equipment screening. The floor plan drawings portray our commitment to the adjacent properties by not only respecting the required setbacks, but also recessing the volumes of the livable spaces. Where in the north side, that we have the multifamily residence, we focus on mostly circulation spaces, and on the south side, we have the long recessed balconies. Layer to that, we have green planters acting as buffers, natural shading, and passive cooling and privacy to both sides. On the levels where the livable areas are on the north setback, so for instance, these areas, we provide louvers for privacy and to also reduce the building mass in a facade standpoint and act as natural shading. And these plans also show how open the building ends are by the corners. As you can see, we recess structure for a lighter mass, especially on the south side, allowing natural light, airflow, and visibility to the single-family properties. The facades are actually better portrayed with the beautiful renderings that you guys can also see in the front. And you can see how the volumes are push and pulls for human scale at the street level, creating this seamless transition from the multifamily to the single family area. The light corners on the south side shows with no obstruction, and on both fronts, we have a pedestrian approach with lush vegetation from ground up, pedestrian opportunities, landscape shading areas, lighting for a safe area and active. Green walls, wood-like slats, glass, and vertical greenery. The multifamily side, which is in the north, and single-family side elevations have different treatments responding to its different context. While in the multifamily side, we seek for more privacy on the elements and structure due to the verticality of the adjacent structure. In the single-family side, we play with a lighter structure, recessed balconies allowing privacy, light, and ventilation. The staff did include a condition regarding the overhangs, and we would like to briefly explain why they are essential to the design. To create a contextual resilient building, we intentionally worked with push and pull volumes on the second and third level. Need one more minute?
How much, one more minute?
One more minute?
Can we,
One more minute,
can you
please.
make it 3?
Oh,
please?
3?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we create this push and pull to accommodate the first level of the human scale and this single-family approach. And the overhang on the top floor is actually a byproduct of the recessed volumes, which also introduces a unique structure to the Miami Beach fabric. On the Lenox Avenue side, which is this call out here, we have the overhang sitting 25 feet back from the property line, so exceeding the 20 feet minimum setback. And on the Michigan side, we have the setback even greater with more than 30 feet of separation from the street. And the top floor having this larger footprint allows for a larger green roof, which enhances buffering for rooftop amenities and supports the project's aim for sustainable and resilient goals. For these reasons, we respectfully request the design feature to be maintained so it can properly fulfill its intended purpose. And to wrap up this presentation, here are some interior views portraying the privacy and buffer that the louvers, recessed balconies, and greenery offers along all levels. Thank you very much for your time, and let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. I hope you can see the sensitivity that we've produced here. Definitely working very well with staff to make sure that this has zero variances and is contextual. To further clarify the point that Louisa was making about the overhangs, there is a condition. It's IC1A that staff has provided that requests that that overhang be reduced, and we would respectfully request that that condition be eliminated so that the careful and thoughtful design that we brought before you is what we would hope that you would be able to approve. And with that, our entire team is available to answer any questions, and I wish to reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you.
Does anyone on the board have questions? Either for the applicant or for staff, because we actually skipped that. So I'll start with Elizabeth, because she's.
So could you please show where the overhang that the city is asking you to cut back and you'd like to maintain, so we all understand exactly where we stand?
Sure, if you can call up the presentation again, it might be the easiest.
So it's both on the Lenox Avenue and on Michigan Avenue. So on the last floor.
And maybe you can show that on the renderings.
So if you
Yes.
would
The
cut
ends.
back those
Yeah.
two overhangs, your waiver for lot coverage will go away?
I don't think we've, well, there is some building below at the ground level that may actually count, so I'm not sure that, and that's not the purpose of staff, I believe, bringing that up.
Right, I don't
yeah.
believe that does not affect the lot coverage, and that's not the reason why we had that
Yeah.
recommendation.
All right, thank you.
It's just a design, the design intent, it has further setbacks than required. And as you can see from definitely from a design, to create a unique building that is still, respects and has openings too, as you can see here on the south side, all those corners are very much open and airy, and it pushes the building, the actual building wall on the south side is further set back because of those balconies. So that, it's a unique characteristic of this building, and it is part of the design, so that's why we would hope that you would consider approving it as designed.
So Michael, could you go over why? I'm sorry.
It's not.
Let's finish this.
This is not a hard red line for us. We are recommending approval with the condition. I do understand, Matt's argument now that they are recessing the other floors beyond what the required setbacks are, and it's only the upper level that they're asking to have the top closer to the street, and that also does comply with the setback requirements, and they're not projecting further into that. So I do understand their argument, and I thank the architect for bringing that section to the board's attention. Like I said, this is not a hard red line for us if the board likes the design. It's just we felt that it does appear sort of top-heavy when viewed from the street, so we thought there'd be a recommendation we could provide. But if the board, likes the design, we're not opposed, generally to this concept. I also would point out that, this Flamingo Park District does have one of the strictest requirements in terms of height, limited to 35 feet in height. And while other areas of the code were modified to allow increase in height, especially in consideration of resiliency requirements and pushing everything higher, this area was never looked at again in terms of additional height. So it wouldn't be unreasonable in the future for the code to be modified to allow higher height here in order to accommodate these resiliency efforts. So with that, if the board likes the design, we wouldn't be opposed to this, this overall design as presented today.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions? Go ahead, Ray.
You keep referring to this as apartments, so it is apartments and not condominiums, correct?
Yes, that's intended.
My question is, since there's 3 different stairwells to get up to the apartments, what is the purpose of a lobby? Why do you have a lobby there? I would think you'd want to have a gym or something like that for the residents, not a lobby.
Yeah, so we have an exterior lobby to accommodate and have a nicer transition as you approach the building, but That's a.
But since you can't
That's
get
a
from
good
that
point.
lobby to each, you have to go someplace else to a stairwell. So you're not staying inside a building. You have to sort of like go the understudy or under where the parking is or whatever. I just don't see the purpose of having a lobby unless there's something you're not telling us.
It's just a threshold to welcome the user, but it's a good point that we could consider to give it a different purpose.
Randy, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm looking at the south elevation on page A401. It appears the entire south elevation are planters that extend from one end of the building to the other in front of all the balconies. Am I reading that correctly? And the planter's only 1.5 feet wide, the dirt, 1 foot 11 inches. I mean, the whole facade is planters,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mitch?
Yeah, alluding to what Ray was mentioned, where will the mail be delivered?
So we have mail room at the lobby. So this is one of the purposes too.
Gotcha, thanks.
Haskell?
I have a question. On A403, you show the east elevation with the line of sight. Is there a reason why you're not showing the line of sight to the south, where all the homes are abutting this property, the single-family homes? A403.
Yeah. No, there's no specific reason we can include that in the set. I believe we would have to go a little bit further south to, and we also have an alley right adjacent to the property on the south, and then we could take
But the
it
alley
from.
doesn't run all the way west. It stops short between the two rows of homes on
Yes.
Michigan, and I don't know, I think it's Lennox?
Yeah,
on the other
Lennox side,
Right,
it's,
so the alley turns southward.
Mhm.
So all those homes on Lennox will still be affected, by the height of this building, correct?
yes.
One more thing. The rendering shows this structure to be at the same elevation as the building to the north, but it is in fact another story taller, is it not?
No, it's not a full story taller at all. The understory has a lower minimum allowed on our project, and it offsets. I'm not saying it's identical, but I don't know the actual number, but
But it's
comparable in height, we are a little bit higher, but definitely nowhere near a full story taller. The understory for resiliency, right, is an area that's non-habitable, water can flow through, and so that is allowed to be lower than the floor that is built in the building to the north.
But getting back to the original question, is there a reason why this wasn't shown as to the line of sight on?
No specific reason. We could include that in,
Because if you were to draw that up, if you were to draw that up, it would affect a number of homes on the south side of the property, right? They'd be looking straight at this building looming over them.
So, Mr. Mayor, I understand the concern. We have a number of other, both rendered views close up as well as the contextual neighbor ones for you to see the impact. Line of sights are typically for things like rooftop additions, which we're not doing here. So we put this in here voluntarily. It wasn't an actual requirement, so.
I appreciate that,
And
but
so-
it's still conveying information that I'm asking about.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. I think that there are other, many other drawings, including our contextual renderings, that can let you know about that. It is an RM1 district. We are allowed to have a three-story building. And at the same time, I understand the concern. There's no requirement that the building not be visible. What we have done is we've maintained that 10-foot setback 100%, no projections, and then, except for those planters, the interior walls are a further 7 feet, I believe, setback.
yes.
So our interior walls on the south are 17 feet further setback from our south neighbors to be respectful, to provide that buffer, that transition. And of course, there's landscaping within that 10-foot. There's no openings whatsoever on the south, both to the alley that's to the south on the eastern side and to the home that's also on the western side. Again, to be as respectful. So basically, we're trying to create a green wall, that would be what these neighbors are viewing, as well as the openness and cutouts at the corners to again, push our volume further centralized on the property.
If you will, refresh my memory, how much of an increase in FAR are you asking for?
No, there's no,
Is it lot coverage that we're talking about?
Yes,
Lot coverage. How
it's-
much of an increase in lot coverage?
45% required, we're at 64. However, we have, the building to the north was approved for approximately 63, so we're commensurate to the waiver that was approved for that project. However, we have extensive, and I believe we have a sample of pervious pavers that will be all throughout the ground level, this understory level. The city code doesn't, while those are resilient aspects of appropriate stormwater and resiliency management, the code doesn't technically count them as pervious. So even though we do have that element, which we plan to actually install, to come to our aid, we would have a lower lot coverage and/or that is helping to offset the concern of having a lot coverage, right? That's supposed to help with our stormwater management. And in addition, we have extensive plantings on all levels and quite substantial on the roof itself, which will all be true green planting. This is not meant to be anything artificial. And so that will, again, help us to offset and be more stormwater resilient.
But nonetheless, it's about a 20% increase in lot coverage that you're requesting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add a comment on the lot coverage? So that comes from the general section of the RM1 district. So generally, RM districts allow a height of 50 feet. So typically within 50 feet, you can do 4 or 5 stories. In this case, in Flamingo Park, they're restricted to 35 feet. So you cannot get more than 3 stories in that 3 stories of living area. So I believe that's part of the reason why they're asking for the waiver. If they were allowed to go to the typical RM1 of 50 feet, they could do one more floor and consolidate their structure, limit the footprint, and probably not have to, or not require, or not ask for the lot coverage waiver. In terms of the line of sight requirements, the code does have a requirement for complying or line of sight for elevated bulkheads located above the main roof line when visible from the street. So that's why they have their line of sight taken from the street, because that's a requirement that they show that their elevated bulkheads are not visible from the sidewalk. There's no requirement for a line of sight from adjacent properties to the north or the south. So just wanted to put that information on the record.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions for the applicant?
Just going back to the lobby, is the possibility the reason you have the lobby is because you intend to do transient rental? Short-term rental?
I think Ray, we always encourage properties to have communal spaces. Actually, in some areas of the city, we do require having, a lobby and sort of those communal aspects. So I do think it is nice to have that for someone to meet guests. So we are supportive of having a lobby as part of this development. Typically, for a traditional townhome development where you enter into each townhome, you wouldn't have that situation. But in this case, you do have a front-facing, street element. So I do think it is nice to have that lobby as an entrance to the project.
I would agree with you normally, but the way this building is set up and the fact that you have basically 3 different buildings
Well, they could
attached.
not have short-term rental. This is RM1. The minimum rental is 6 months in a day, so they could not have short-term rental. here.
Okay, all right.
And just to that point, Ray, I believe, I've not been inside of it, but I've driven by and parked in front of the building to the north, that are like the townhomes, also has a lobby. Yeah, so not unheard of. Go ahead, Mitch. Questions?
Sure. Can you explain the water features?
Yes, so we have water features by the entrance approach in both Lenox and Michigan Avenue side, is to create connection with the green environment and also act as a as a welcoming approach to the site, and we like to play with these natural elements together.
And what is it? Is it a fountain?
It's like a front basin, like shallow area, but we need to develop further.
Okay, and just to be clear, there's only one means of ingress and egress from the garage or the understory, or two access points?
Just the one from Michigan. In fact, our
Okay.
original design had a through from Lenox to Michigan. That was contributing to some variance requests that we had in order to orient it that way. And staff, again, working well with them, suggested if we could figure out how to make and they preferred only the one entrance on Michigan. So it actually, that was why we had some traffic engineers get us some assistance to make sure that we could make all the parking fit under the building, because that's not allowed to project into the side setbacks. And so that's where it actually helped, and we can confirm that the vehicular circulation works with the one-way in and out.
That's a good point, Matt. So until probably 5 or 10 years ago, the code actually allowed parking to stick out from underneath these buildings, which had more impact on neighboring properties. We modified the code to require that parking be contained within the building footprint, so we no longer have that situation, especially for lots larger than 50 or 60 feet in width.
So on that matter, what type of cladding or ventilation will there be in that understory along the interior of the lot?
So you're referring to the
sides.
wood-like slats that we have on the facades? So this is a set. Hello? Hello? Well, this is a sample, if you can bring it to them. Please. This would, oh, thank you. It's aluminum with
Wood grain?
treatment, yeah.
Finish.
So wood grain finish and color for this warmth material, and also to complement the vegetation.
Okay, and this will be fastened to a
Yeah.
steel vertical?
Yes, so it's a
column.
horizontal and vertical attachment. So we should have horizontal elements that the vertical attaches to it, and in some instances we need to develop further. We could have operable for the facade, for the windows and sliding doors.
Okay. And those pieces, what are they, 24 feet long, and they'll be, the sample you showed us has two holes in there.
Yeah,
That's not typical.
This is just to see the material, the aluminum with the color treatment. But it would be, as you can see in the renderings here, it would be the story level, so the story height, so approximately 10 feet for the.
So what will we be seeing from the street? The top side where the holes appear, or will they be stacked with a opening between them? I'm trying to understand.
So it would, are you referring to the
Yes.
solid volume itself? It would be a solid, this is not necessarily the shape at any means. It would be a solid piece, and if we're mounting it on the, like I said, we're still developing. But if it's mounted from the bottom, then the track, it would be sitting on the floor slab. But if it's mounted behind with the horizontal elements, we actually have a detail drawing in the presentation. If we can bring that up. Yeah. Here. So this is one example. In this case, we have the horizontal members behind the vertical members. But like I said, we need to develop further for specific scenarios. But if you're from the street and this is with the horizontal member behind it application, then you would see the bottom of this, which would be solid, the same color and finish. You don't have these voids or this. It's just for representation of material.
And how is that finish, that wood grain type finish going to weather over the decades?
It's powder coated in a sense that it wouldn't necessarily, it doesn't get affected by it. It's very durable.
If that were to get scratched, you'd see the aluminum, obviously. How do you correct that? Or has that been considered?
Yeah, we can always have maintenance to the pieces with
All right.
powder coating.
Is this a product used all over Miami?
Yeah, isn't powder-coated materials used
Well,
quite frequently?
I'm referring to the wood grain type of finish.
If it's used in Miami?
Yeah. Do you know of other?
Yeah, we actually have a single family residence that we installed it, and it looks beautiful.
All right.
Right.
Is this building designed to have 24-hour security? Because with that exterior lobby and no fence, no gate or anything, I mean, you're just inviting people to come up and maybe sleep there at night or whatever. I mean, we do live in Miami Beach.
I don't know if they've thought that through to your degree of concern, but they certainly want to make sure that this is a safe for the residents of the building and for the neighborhood, so they'll do what they need to.
That's why I was just surprised
And just
you
because
had
we're not showing a front
gate or
wall.
something there.
I'm sure,
We could
sure
add
they
in
will
a
have,
front
I'm sure they
wall
will
during
have a security gate
permitting,
around the
yeah.
property as well as access gate for the garage, yes.
This doesn't show it on it.
Yeah, understood. Well, to make sure that the gate is done in a way so it doesn't impact queuing on the right of way and, for traffic.
Elizabeth, you had questions?
Yes, if you could bring up to the screen drawing A1004. You have 4 renderings on that.
Oh, for renderings,
Yeah.
thank you. So we don't have, we're not presenting specifically the set
Oh, I
that you're
see.
seeing, but
Okay.
is it exterior renderings?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So, that one could be a good one. I mean, you show like each floor like floating on top of the floor below. What's the detail that you develop to create that kind of effect?
So, we have on the structural beams, this detail you can actually see better. So the structural beam is actually recessed, and then we would have treatment to give this impression of floating levels.
Okay, so that detail goes around. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. And then the other just comment I have is that there is a very large setback on the ground floor, and I believe that would be facing Michigan Avenue. And, you just passed. If you keep going slow, I can stop you on the
Yeah.
image I was looking
Okay.
for. Keep going. Yeah, so that's a good one. See that floor just above the garage, the car entrance? It's really set back in relation to the floors above, which means very little light would be getting to those space, and there is also a balcony, and then you get to the livable space. So I was just wondering if the quality of light or you have inside those spaces, and that's the living room, I believe, of that unit.
Yeah, so this unit, specifically, it has a corner balcony. So yes, that balcony is actually a thinner balcony on the front, on the east side, Michigan. But the actual area that that the resident would be using as a balcony exterior area is on the south side. So because it's a corner unit, we believe this wouldn't necessarily fully impact because you also have the south side balcony and glazing facade with natural lighting coming in.
Right, yeah, I understand that. So what I would think is that if you look at your rendering there is a lot of vegetation there which will be blocking the sun because the south elevation you get mainly like the late morning, early afternoon sun, right? And if you are on the ground floor and you have the tall vegetation, hopefully to mature to the way your rendering is showing, then your source of lighting will be blocked again. So it's just something for you to think about. I mean, other than that, I think the design is really pretty.
Thank you.
Do you have another question?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Can you go to this rendered elevation 1004, which is the south face? I'm struggling with the fact that your facade is, no, the rendered elevation, yeah. You know, it's predicated on the fact there's going to be all these landscape planters. How do you maintain landscape planters on a rental unit?
So we are gonna have a irrigation system that will, so in that detail that I showed of the structure, all the planters are gonna be maintained by this irrigation system.
But you have no access for removing dead plants, trimming plants. It's only 2 feet deep and 2 feet wide. It's a very small planter on the south face, and anybody who's tried to grow plants facing South Florida would realize it's probably the hardest place to grow anything. I would argue this will look like this for about a week, and then it'll be half dead. Irrigation will not keep this surviving. At the magnitude of landscaping that you have, which is admirable, I just don't know how in a rental unit, you can't go into every unit and maintain their balcony. If it were a hotel or something else, you could, but there's no access between the balconies. It's a divider wall. So every one of these balconies is strictly accessed by the person who's renting the unit, correct? You can't get to the balcony other than going through the unit.
Yes, I think, with our landscape architect's consultation, they would have a service that, makes appointments as needed to go in through the units to manage those.
Every unit?
Yes.
Okay, that's, okay.
Go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, just a question on the same page, A1004, the east elevation. Looks like you're showing or depicting sunny day flooding. Is that what that is?
That's true.
Realistic representations.
And the water is not getting.
The water at the driveway.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Truth in renderings, it does rain in South Florida a little, so I'm told.
okay.
I know, but your design is doing its job because it's not getting to the driveway.
It's retaining the water in the property, and that's what Public Works wants to see.
Right.
If there's no other further questions from the board, we'll do board disclosures. Any disclosures? Do you have a question? No. Okay. We can open it to public hearing.
We have some callers on Zoom with their hand raised. Let's first go to Lori Monaco.
Hi, Lori. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Hi, my name is Lori Monaco. I live at 1030 15th Street, and I'm not against development. I'm asking the board to maintain the historic pattern of Flamingo Park, where density belongs on 15th Street and not on interior streets like Michigan Avenue. I have 4 key points. One is density. 15th Street has always carried the multifamily buildings. Michigan is a lower scale residential street. A 3-story mid-block building breaks that pattern. Number 2, waiver. This project needs a lot coverage waiver, and it's not allowed by right. More coverage means more intensity, less light, less air, less local parking, and privacy for neighbors. Number 3, scale. The proposed massing is out of scale with the historic block and would visually dominate the surrounding homes. From what I understand, 1030 was approved as a higher density because the original project was supposed to be on both of these lots. And once Shoma scaled back and only developed the 15th Street lot, it was given the approval to have a 62% density. Their original plan was to build on both lots, and it was considered that the project would be too big for the surrounding homes. And my last point is that approving this would set a precedent for incremental upzoning on interior streets, changing the character of Flamingo Park. So I respectfully request that the Historic Board deny or significantly reduce HPB 240640 so it matches the historical scale and development pattern of the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Our next caller is Varun Hamraj.
Good morning. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, and this is Varun Himraj. I'm a resident at 1032. I have similar concerns what Laurie mentioned regarding especially changing the whole Flamingo Park, which is primarily a neighborhood with single-family homes. So I hope the board considers that, right? I think that's the biggest key. That's my biggest objection.
Thank you. Our next caller just has the name Zoom user.
Hi, could you state your name for the record and then I'll swear you in?
Hi, it's Jane Krupp, 1390 Ocean Drive.
Hi, Jane. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make just a general comment, and it pertains to this and other of these new modern buildings that are going up in Flamingo Park and Venetian Islands, these kind of concrete boxes and glass. And besides the fact that the whole Flamingo Park is being, just the character, it really is jarring because Flamingo Park is so charming with so many architectural details, and the details on this building are so generic. And one in particular that I'd like to comment on, not just this building, but in general, is the use of powder coating in Miami Beach. I'm a designer. I've worked for 45 years on coastal properties, and powder coating near the ocean is just a disaster. Maybe it has a 5 to 10 year lifespan. It chips, it flakes, it chalks, it fades within 5 to 10 years. And so powder coating is not repairable. So I'd like to, maybe these architects can answer the question, how in 5 to 10 years when it looks terrible, you can't paint over it. So what are you going to do? I suggest doing some other natural material, even wood, let it fade naturally so it looks, more environmental. But powder coating in general, I would highly not recommend on any building in this area. Thanks.
Our next caller is Johan Moore.
Yes, good morning again, board members. One practical comment to echo a concern about vegetation on a south-facing facade. I would remind us that the Good Time committed to climbing vining vegetation to hide the wall that they agreed to build in order to shield the neighborhood from the noise from the rooftop. And the last I looked, that vegetation was seriously baked and not doing well. I think that is a real concern, which brings me to a sustainability and resilience point, which is, have the architects considered an on-site rainwater runoff reuse possibility, retaining that in a presumably a subterranean basin that could then be pumped back up, possibly through irrigation tubes into these south-facing planters, so that you don't need to go through making arrangements with tenants in order to get access through their apartments to water. My final point, concerns about this project were raised by one of the neighbors at least at the last neighborhood association meeting. FPNA has not taken a position, and despite I think great efforts by the architects on this building and its design, it might be appropriate for this board to continue this item until after the neighborhood association has had an opportunity to possibly weigh in either in support of or requesting further modification of or in opposition to this proposal. In particular, based on the one concern stated by a couple of the speakers, that it will presumably incentivize a creeping of additional requests for more height, more FAR within our neighborhood and historic district. Thank you.
We can go to comments in chamber, and then we'll go back to online. So go to chamber comments.
Hi, it's Roger Goldblatt in MDPL 1000 Ocean Drive. We support this project subject to the staff recommendations. We appreciate the design, the scale, the context of the project. It's an appropriate transition project from multifamily to single-family homes to the south. We note that the design relies heavily on landscaping, as has been mentioned, and the long-term success of the design relies on the ongoing maintenance of these landscaping elements. Very important. This infill project will add a significant amount of market rate apartments, which is really important to Miami Beach's continued vitality. Thank you.
We'll go back to the Zoom callers. Next is Daniel Seraldo.
Hi, Daniel. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you. And thank you, members of the Historic Preservation Board. I think this is my first time calling in as a private citizen. Daniel Serrato, 730 10th Street, number 102, in the Flamingo Park District. Many of you know I recently ran for City Commission, and this was one of the 12 of 21 precincts where I had the most votes, although unfortunately I missed a run-up by 309 votes. Anyway, so what I'd like to say about this precinct that's important to me as a resident and a former potentially future candidate is we do need housing, and this building is within the required zoning. I remember back when Shoma was being proposed right next door, and we had concerns about the landscaping. And they said they would handle it, but if you go by there now, it's about a 40-foot wall of artificial fake vines, which I think really is not good for that. So with this rendering, what I would suggest is remove the plants because they're not going to grow. But we have so many examples of catwalks in Flamingo Park that don't have landscape. That's just part of urban living. And so I think this is an exciting project within the scale. It's not asking for any height increases, and I urge your full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next and last caller with their hand raised on Zoom is Henner.
Good morning.
Yes.
Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'm an owner at 1030 15th Street, and I would like to underline what Varun and Laurie said. I guess this project is going to change the whole character of Flamingo Park. My unit faces to the south, and we love this view into those single-family homes, knowing that there won't be any buildings like this is planned on the side street right now. And I guess it's if we start like allowing those projects, this is going to change the whole character of the neighborhood. And Miami Beach is well known for those neighborhoods. So I kindly ask you to either going to have a nicer like facade looking to the north, or even limiting the size of this building.
We have another caller on Zoom, CB.
Could you state your name for the record, and then I'll swear you in?
They lowered their hand.
Okay.
That concludes our callers on Zoom. Anybody else in chambers who wishes to comment on the application? Well, I would suggest we close the public comment.
Yeah, we'll close the public comment. Did you have any comments, rebuttal towards the?
Yes, if I may, I'll be brief. As we made clear with our zoning, right, we are definitely within the RM1 zoning district and complying not just with RM1, but the lower, more restrictive Flamingo Park requirements for that zoning district. This is infill development. This has been a parking lot since 1973. The building to the north of us took advantage of not only the lot split, but the RM1 zoning, district, and allowed to build their building. And that became part of the context. And we're here to, we think, improve the neighborhood by removing this underutilized, essentially blighted type of parking lot with an appropriate and very green, a narrow, compact building. We're very far pushing back from our south neighbors. We'll have landscaping at ground level that for sure will be easy to manage and will be maintained. On the north, we have, in fact, more of the privacy screening on our units as well as landscaping within that 10-foot setback to be sensitive to our neighbors there. And there's established case law that unfortunately there's no right to a view across private property. While that's the case, we've done our best to, again, keep our building centrally located within the lot, provide a beautiful exterior as well as landscaping, green on all levels. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will have board member comment. Randy? Any comment? Right? Haskell? Mitch?
Staff, have your thoughts changed?
In terms of the, no, I just say, in terms of the landscaping, I agree that the building could be developed without the landscaping on the south side, but I think that they've indicated that they are going to maintain that landscaping. I do think it's important to add a condition that we not be allowed to have any fake plants on the property. So we can definitely add that condition. And we can add a condition that expressly requires the ongoing maintenance of those landscape planters, so that could be a violation of their approval.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that it would be very important, is there some way to stipulate that they can't replace, 100-foot long planters with fake plants, because they all die. I think that would be the worst look of that building you could have. It would be better not to have any plants and simply have their balconies read as balconies, rather than this green wall, which it won't be green. I just don't see how they're gonna maintain this. Physically impossible, probably.
Elizabeth, any comment?
My comment would be to Michael, if we have like as a condition to that the landscape needs to be maintained, and who will be enforcing that? Because that's one thing that I noticed, that a lot of times there are conditions added, but if there is no code enforcement, then
Yeah, so
it's meaningless, right?
So it'd be either a member of the public could advise code compliance that this is a condition that is not being maintained in the final order. They would get a citation, and they would have to either correct that violation by having the landscaping maintained or refurbished, or else they'd have to come back to the board and ask for that condition to be modified or removed.
And we would agree to such condition, as well as for, real plantings, not to be artificial.
If there's no further comment, do we have a motion? Or you have comment?
Just that I agree. I mean, if I was renting an apartment, I would not want somebody coming into my apartment every single week at whatever time to water the plants. And to me, those plants will look lovely when you first put them in. But knowing a lot of gardeners, it takes a lot more than just water. And some plants in the summer require water twice a day because the roots burn.
Just so we're clear, I believe there's irrigation, and the issue is removal. I understand, the issue that has been brought is the removal of dead plants or trimming or whatnot, but there is irrigation in the design.
There is, but the south facing is a huge issue. The planter is not very large. You could technically almost require watering every day, and the irrigation system would have to be monitored very, very closely. And if they don't have access to it, they don't even know if the irrigation's working. It's underground irrigation. So it's a drip system, I think. It's just very difficult on this concept of having a rental unit and someone going through your unit once a week to maintain the planters. It's just highly unusual and would be difficult to manage, to say the least, to allow that access.
If I may, I would like to have the landscape architect provide a little bit more details on the plantings there. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Varela from Landscape Data. For this kind of project, we have a design irrigation with drip irrigation with a controller. We can the owner or the maintenance guy can control the days and time that is going to be irrigated the plants according with the season. All the plant that we are using is appropriate to the like a beach areas, like grasses, native grasses. Uses like beach areas. Then is a water is drought tolerant. This kind of plants is not going to be a dead soon. And of course, as Mr. Collingwood says, the plants is going to die sometimes and need to be replaced. That is going to part of the maintenance, the regular maintenance.
Okay. If we have no further comment, you do have comment. Go ahead.
I appreciate the amount of time you've taken to develop this design. Looks like a lot of hard thinking went into it. I pass by this site often, probably 4 or 5 times a day as I ride my bike to Flamingo Park. Yes, it's an unsightly site. You know, you've got an empty lot right now, empty asphalt parking lot. And this, you know, this building would sure be an enhancement, but I'm not sure that it belongs on this lot. You know, we're taking the 5 pounds of feathers, we're trying to stuff it into a 1 pound bag is what it seems to me. And the fact that you're asking for almost 20% increase in lot coverage, I'm not sure how it bodes for that area. And I've heard the people's comments before where most of the buildings are along 15th Street and we're encroaching onto Michigan Avenue. I think we're setting up the wrong precedent for future projects. We've seen another project earlier today that's doing the same thing, building an oversized project on a small lot. And I think we have to ask ourselves, what are we looking at? What kind of quality of life are we looking at on the beach? Again, I like the design. I'm not sure that it belongs on this particular lot. I think it overwhelms a lot. For those reasons, I'll save my vote till the end. Thanks.
Okay, I believe that concludes our board comment. Do we have a motion?
Should we take a straw poll first?
I think there's no variances involved here, so I think we can make a motion, whatever you want to do, and we can vote on it. There's no variances part of this application. It's just, it is a design, it's a waiver in terms of lot coverage. It's not a variance. So that any sort of motion can include either a recommendation for or against that design waiver.
So up to what percentage it's a waiver for the lot coverage?
Sorry, say again?
So when it's a waiver, it's limited, right, to how much
No,
beyond you are asking, no?
A modification of the lot coverage is a design waiver, not a variance in this case.
Listen, so it
For-
could be whatever.
Right. For example, for single-family homes, the code is written, that would be a variance request versus a design request.
But currently, under the current conditions, it's 45%.
Right, that's the maximum.
We're jumping up to 64%.
Correct. That's what they're asking for as a design waiver.
Just to be clear.
Is anybody interested in putting forth a motion for approval?
It was also mentioned that we don't want them to later on come and put up fake plants.
Yes, I mean, if you want to make a motion to approve it with the condition that there's no artificial plants, and that they have a maintenance, that the landscaping that's shown, at least the planters shown, are required to be landscaped and maintained, we can add those conditions if you want to make a motion to.
Okay. I would make that motion.
And with it as designed, remember the overhang, we were hoping to have the condition that staff requested to reduce the third floor to be eliminated.
The
Well, that's
condition
a
I
con-
see.
Yeah, that's a condition of staff.
Yes, IC 1A.
So if you want to recommend in favor of the applicant's proposal, which includes the design presented here, then you would remove that condition that Matt just mentioned.
So staff had recommended ICA.
I
think it's IC1A.
I mean, Roman numeral 1, ICA, where they didn't have the overhang on the third floor. And they have asked for that condition to not be applied. Staff has said that based on the explanation, it's not a hard line for them and they would be okay with that. So the question is, in your motion, are you?
Take that condition out.
Yes, are you or are you not?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
So my motion would be to take that condition out, to maintain the other conditions, and to make sure that no artificial plants are ever used on this building. I'd rather see an empty planter.
And just to be clear, the condition being removed is IC1A.
IC1A. Yes, thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
Okay, the motion fails for lack of a second.
Oh, hold on.
Nick?
I was about to second.
Elizabeth, okay. Do you want to second that motion? Okay. All in favor of that motion?
Should we take a roll call vote on this one?
We can do a roll call. Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Carmago? Mr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Hollingsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Novick?
Yes.
And Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next application is HPB 25-0672, 1701 James Avenue, the Cadet Hotel. Just a second. So the Cadet Hotel is a two-story streamlined modern building constructed in 1941 and classified as contributing in the city's historic properties index. It retains its original lobby and entrance configuration. The applicant is seeking after-the-fact approval for a wood deck, a glass roof canopy, and a gazebo located in the front yard. Because the 34-room hotel has limited interior amenity space and no ability to expand within the existing footprint, the outdoor improvements provide needed guest amenities without altering the historic lobby or primary architecture of the building. Staff believes that the improvements do not significantly impact the historic structure, and the views of the west side of the yard are completely screened by landscaping. The applicant is requesting two variances. One is a front setback variance to reduce from 20 feet the required setback along the front yard and allow construction that ranges from 0 feet to 3.5 feet to accommodate the deck, canopy, and gazebo, and a side setback variance on the north side from the required 10 feet to follow the 5-foot setback that exists for the building to allow for the construction of the gazebo on the north side. Staff supports both variances due to the retention of the contributing structure, as well as the fact that any sort of addition onto the structure would be more imposing, even though it may be code complying. So for that reason, we are recommending in favor of the applicant's proposal, including the two variance requests. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
If you will, let me just make sure, do we have any questions for staff? Board questions for staff, anybody? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ben Stigler, Concord Crest, 1450 Brickell Avenue. Thank you for your time this morning. As you are aware, we are seeking an after-the-fact COA and variance for a wood deck, trellis, and improvements made at the property, which are made to replace an old gazebo and provide cover from the elements. This property has an incredible history to which the improvements are preserving and progressing, and I would like to introduce the owner for over 40 years and Miami Beach resident, Dr. Biaggi, to give a little brief history about the hotel.
I like to present the hotel as my twin. We were born together. So that we are going to be 84 very quickly. I purchased it when I first came to Miami Beach. as a physician. First, I came as a nurse, and then I came back in 1982 as a physician, and I met Molly Stein, the owner of who built the hotel and also the Albion Hotel. I was completely broke out of medical school, but I wanted to be part of Miami Beach for several reasons. And she financed me, and she was an incredible helper. Needless to say, the place was boarded up. I thought it was interesting because we see so many modern buildings, and there is nothing modern about the story. It was boarded up, it was abandoned. So the only thing we could do is take the boards out of the windows and just keep it going in the most inexpensive way. So elderly people from Chicago would spend the winters there. And it became the time of the Mariels. It was rather dangerous. So we were trying to protect them as much as we could because we were stealing everything that moved or didn't move. So I lived all these periods. I was very fortunate to survive many episodes of Miami Beach. As a matter of fact, I made a video of all these stories that we had through time that I'd like to share someday, and historical, because it seems like there's so many other new buildings coming, the historical is passing to a side. And I'm very honored to say Mr. Mooney helped us a lot, and we are part of the tour of the Art Deco because we try to keep it as much as we can. For whoever doesn't know, this was the home of the cadets. That's why the name of the cadets. In 1941, when the war started, it was built to be the Deluxe Hotel, and suddenly the war breaks, so the Air Force sent their cadets, and the cadets stayed there until 1949. This is kind of the side story. I was the longer holder of this property, and needless to say, the property needed a lot of help, and we got the help that the building needed with the help of the city in different periods at different times, because after 9/11, we decided to do a serious restructural, which was fully permitted for everything, and Yusef helped us a lot. So we came to we are today structurally inside. In the outside, we were very invaded by street dwellers, and progressively we closed, and we saw the opportunity to use extra space, and we closed it. Mostly was during the pandemic. And now respectfully and retrospectively, we're asking for permission, forgiveness, acceptance, an invitation, because we do have jazz on Friday nights. And Ben will describe the nature of the structure because he's an engineer. And that's my story.
So the existing, the gazebo that is there now was built to replace an existing gazebo that started as an ice cream parlor many, many years ago. And as I stated earlier, the trellis was built to cover from the elements. I mean, you all have seen the photos, you've seen the historic nature of it, you've seen how the original floors in the hotel are still there. The hotel's kept just about everything intact other than this particular outside section of the property, but was done with the intent to preserve the historical nature and cover the elements.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any board questions for the applicant? Okay.
So how long ago was the gazebo rebuilt?
The current gazebo was rebuilt in 2021.
And why now you're asking for the forgiveness and the approval?
This stems from a violation.
Okay, so I was just trying to understand what brought you to us at this point in time, since it's been there for a while. Thank you.
It's part of the Collins Park neighborhood, and I've been to this lovely little area. And you go in there, you almost feel like you're in a foreign country.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize it wasn't permitted, but, you know, it certainly is well used by the hotel guests and other people that might want to have a little trip to the past. And with all the vegetation and the landscaping, it's really beautiful there.
Thank you.
I just want to add something. That became the home of the Miami, thanks to the city of Miami Beach. It came to the home of the International Piano Festival. Every year, from the 5th of January to the 12th, the hotel becomes a music academy for young people, and it's beautiful, and you're invited to come. There's concerts every night. I just sincerely say that Miami Beach has offered me the best years of my life because this is where my career began. As the doctor, which I still work at age almost 84. But I need to recognize Ben that helped me, and essentially my manager, who is the left side of my brain. And we have a very happy existence. Like and appreciate your words, because we try to be bring the past to life with certain amount of etiquette and respect.
Any other questions for the applicant from the board? Mitch?
No question.
Okay. Any board disclosures? Randy? Ray? No board disclosures? I met with the applicant. Okay, public comment?
There's nobody online with their hand raised? In chambers?
Yeah.
Please.
It's your phone, right? Not mine. Okay, almost stole the phone. Roger Goblad, actually 1750 James Avenue. I'm just talking as Roger. The Cadet Hotel is such a perfect example of small hotels keeping exactly their heritage. They've been a wonderful neighbor. Their outside area, yet yes, there's music sometimes, and I'm like the biggest complainer on the street probably, and it's well done. It really is, and I just want to say thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. Wow. It's been very gratifying. It was supposed to be threatening. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Okay, and no one on Zoom?
There's nobody on Zoom with their hand raised, correct?
Okay. Any board comment? So
I'd make a motion to.
We should do two.
Can I comment?
We should do two motions, one for the design and one for the variances.
I was going to make a comment, but.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did you have comments, Mitch?
No.
Okay. I just want to say, I did go to visit this hotel because I had not been there. And I will echo the sentiments. I mean, just the way that it's been maintained, the building, the interior, the original terrazzo, and the space outside is lovely. I wish that it would have come before us initially to get the proper approvals in advance, but setting that aside, it is a really lovely place.
Yeah, so I've been introduced to the Cadet a long time ago when for the first time I went to the restaurant, the French restaurant. I'm not sure if it's still French, but at that point it was. And I was so positively impressed with the ability that you as the owner had to keep the property its original splendor, shall I say. And I was so, I understand that probably this gazebo does not meet code current, but maybe at one time in the past it did, and I don't think it's causing any damage to the neighboring, and what it brings to the city is invaluable, so you have my support.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ray.
I make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness and approval of the affair. Oh, it has to be separate.
Separate.
I'll second. Separate, which is the.
We're starting with. Should we start with certificate of appropriateness?
Yeah,
or-
we could do the C of A, so.
We'll start with C of A.
The appropriateness.
And Mr. Novik seconded the motion, so all in favor of the C of A?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And
Now we'll
for
make
var-
a motion to approve the variances.
I'll second that as well.
All in favor of the variances?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we continue with the Fontainebleau, I suggest we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue with the Fontainebleau application.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, for everyone in chambers, we're going to get started again. So if you can please take your seats. We are back online, I believe. If you want to call up the next item?
Yes. Our next application and final application for the date is HPB 25-0669. This is 4441 Collins Avenue, the Fontainebleau Hotel. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition of existing improvements in the rear yard and the construction of new rear yard amenities for the hotel, including water slides, pools, restrooms, and cabanas. The applicant is also requesting variances from the maximum allowable height for shade structures, a variance from the minimum setback requirements from the erosion control line, variances from the walkway material and maximum walkway width requirements, variances for the minimum open space requirements in both the dune preservation and oceanfront overlay districts, a variance from the side setback requirements in the oceanfront overlay, a variance from the minimum setback requirements from the bulkhead line, a variance from the view quarter requirements in the oceanfront overlay, a variance from the rear pedestal setback requirements, and variances from the side setback requirements and some of the side yard setback requirements. Now, staff has indicated support for some of the variances, recommended modifications for others, denial of one variance, and additional review of some of the more extreme variances. At this point, we are recommending that the board hear the applicant's presentation, listen to public comment, provide their own comments, and at this point, recommend a continuance of the application to the January 13th, 2026 meeting. With that, is the applicant here for the presentation?
And Madam Chair, before the applicant begins, I'd like to swear in anyone who was not sworn in this morning. I see we have a lot of new individuals who have joined us for today's meeting. Could you raise your right hands if you intend to testify today? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yeah. Thank you.
Before we get started, do we have any questions for staff? Okay, go ahead.
Morning, Madam Vice Chair, but Chair today, and members of the board. Mickey Moreira here from the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tappan is at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me today are my colleagues Jeff Burkow and Ben Sherry, our architects Shamim Zadega and Daphne Montañez from Gensler Architects, as well as several folks from the Fontainebleau team. We're here today to present to you, as Michael provided, the reimagining of the Fontainebleau's rear yard, including a host of new amenities and changes. If we can get our presentation up on the screen. Thank you. So this is obviously the rendering of the proposal, and we'll get into that in more detail in a second. Before I'd like to go into, if we can move to the next slide, I'd like to, Ben, if you could help me with this. I'd like to go into just some of the history of what got us here. As I think all of you know more than well, the Fontainebleau is one of the, if not the most important historical property in Miami Beach, certainly one of the largest, not the largest. And if you can see, here's kind of an overall plan of what the resort looks like today. It started off, with one main building and has grown over the years with 2 condominium towers, 2 hotel buildings, and a host of other amenities, restaurants, and components that we'll just kind of go through quickly here. So here's kind of an overall, very, very big, high-level breakup of the property. You have the rear yard. You have the bow tie pool and associated components. That's the main center. La Côte is a very popular restaurant in the rear that exists today. Our kids zone, which is primarily the area you're going to see the focal point of what's going to be discussed today in the slides, but there are all sorts of other amenities. And the Arcadia area, which is sort of a little entertainment zone. Going quickly, and Ben, I'll ask you to go through these quickly. You can see this, the hotel is a lot of things. It's a hotel with over 1,000 rooms, but it's also all sorts of interior. There's a spa, there's multiple very popular restaurants, there's all sorts of ballrooms, and we continue over the years to reimagine what goes on in the property, to keep it vibrant, to keep it strong, and really continue to be a successful and important property in Miami Beach. There are other properties that are of similar stature that have not been reimagined, have not been updated, and have failed in some ways, and we don't want that to happen here. So that if we can go through some of the, and again, just here's briefly some of our and where we're going to get to our requests, some of our competitors. And because the Fontainebleau is really so unique in that it is a large resort, it attracts people from all over the world. Our competitors are not small hotels in Miami Beach. There's a place for those as well. Our competitors are really regional destinations for families, for tourists. That includes very popular Atlantis in the Bahamas, Baha Mar in the Bahamas, and these type of hotels, and even cruises now that are attracting families in a very competitive way, are bringing amenities beyond what we have traditionally seen in the past. And we need to keep in line with that. And it's critical to the success and the future success of the hotel to continue to bring in new elements, exciting elements, to bring families and to bring guests back and keep coming to the hotel. I'd like to briefly go through a history of our rear yard, because you'll see it's certainly not been static. Here's in the 1960s and 70s when, after the hotel was built, we had a line of cabanas along the beach. Those are two-story cabanas, similar to what we're reintroducing with our application today. Just another view of that. Pools, again, the multi-level cabana is another pool that looked very different, but yeah, there's a history for a lot of what we're asking for. Just going to go through these quickly. There was an ice skating rink at one point. I mean, really an iconic property, as everyone knows, in movies and media. And it's in its heyday back in the 60s and the 80s. There was another reimagining. We had thematic and theatrical pool elements. There was, brought in some stuff for the slide for children, a lazy river. You can see from Scarface, there was our Purple Octopus Kids Zone. There was, splash pad slides. In 2000s, this is the one that I most recall, the reimagining when the Sofer family purchased the property, reimagined the food and beverage components, brought the rear to a more modern sense, and really made it popular again, and people started coming to the Fontainebleau, and it became a feature place. We now have Fontainebleau Live, which has events for folks, and of course Live, which is an incredibly popular nightlife destination. So as you can see over the years, the Fontainebleau has evolved, and as properties in the tourism industry become dated, less popular, you have to inject some new excitement to them to bring people back. We've been talking as a team about what that would look like in this iteration since the beginning of this year. And I'll be frank with you, the first meeting we had with staff was for something that would have been more of a nightlife venue in this same location where the slides are proposed today. We talked about maybe a day club, something that would attract that type of customer. In retrospect, and speaking to our team, we wanted to go in a more family-oriented direction and attract that kind of clientele, and that's where we got to where we are today. So we asked our team to go and design something that would respect the architecture and style of the existing property, but also bring in an exciting new element to bring families here. So with that, I'd like Shamim to come up and kind of go through his inspiration and his design for the rear, including the slides, and I'd like to conclude with some discussion on the variances. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Shamim from Gensler Architects. So, as was discussed, the idea was to create a family-focused transformation of the rear yard. And before looking at the elements that we were designing, we understood the significance of the property, a Morris Lapidus design project, obviously historically significant. So really trying to get inspiration from some of the moves that Morris Lapidus was known for. Typically, it's a lot of sweeping horizontals, soft curves, patterns and arches, and a lot of playfulness in terms of the design. We really tried to pick up on some of those ideas. And then looking even into the interiors, how the interior is actually integrating art and architecture. And if you look at some of the chandeliers, the individual elements, how they're cascading down as these tubes, looking at the color palettes of the blue and white, really trying to get inspiration for all of the different elements in the rear yard. This is talking about the elevated materials that are used and the finishes throughout the property as of the moment. One of the things that Fontainebleau takes great care in is making sure that everything down to the fabrics are picked correctly and spec'd appropriately so that they don't get faded in the sun and torn when people are dancing on top of the chairs and elements. So again, the elevated finishes are part of the design process and what we were looking at. And really, The idea is that we were inspired by the past to reinvent the future. So this is one of the views that shows this family-focused transformation of that rear yard. You can notice the elements of the double-height cabanas that are reintroduced, picking up on the arcs that used to exist in the first iteration of the 60s and 70s and that transformation that you saw earlier on. In this image, you can also see the stair access to the slides. Again, the main idea behind that was the kind of whimsical, playful approach that Morris Lapidus took. It could have just been a boxy staircase. You know, we made sure that it became an iconic element within the property, picking up on the cues of the softness of the curves. You can see that the design element is actually picking up on the idea of the movement of the waves as well. This is more focused on the 1960s cabanas reinterpretation. So again, another double height cabana that's being introduced into the property. And you can see we're also picking up on the color palette that's prevalent at Fontainebleau historically. Again, the blue and the white. This again is showing the bow tie pool. You can see how that's becoming activated now by this double height cabana. What you're going to see coming up is that, again, focusing on this family-oriented transformation, underneath some of these cabanas are F&B, gelato, retail, and even a nursing station for what might happen. This is actually an image of what that could look like underneath. So again, just diverse guest experiences. It's integrated throughout the property. It's not just the cabana. It's looking underneath the cabanas as well. For some of that activation. You can also see that there's a lot of great care in terms of landscaping and lushness, so that as you're at that ground floor level, you're truly within a landscaped environment. And also because of the double height cabanas, a lot of these places are going to be shaded, which is a good thing in the sun. Again, the integration of art within the entire rear yard was something we took great care of. So you can see the idea of adding elements of art throughout the project, integrating it underneath some of the cabanas where we have the gelato and F&B offerings. This is another view of that access stair that I was talking about. Again, it's actually reminiscent of the chandeliers that you saw in the interior.
How much more time?
About 5 minutes for our presentation.
Okay. Again, another view that's highlighting some of the art elements and some of the memorable experiences that are going to be had at the property. And again, just focusing on the lushness that is going to be in the landscape design. So you're surrounded by a lot of tropical foliage that we're adding in that rear yard. Again, you can see some of the F&B offerings. And this one shows a little bit more of the detail that we've taken into account to design this stair access. Again, the idea of the white and the blue is interpreted in there as well. And again, just a final image that shows the ice cream stands, the hot dog stands, gelato, and all the friendly, family-friendly activations that are going to occur here. And you can also see a lot of the soft curves that we found on the original Morris Lapidus design reinterpreted here. Again, some of the activated moments for kids. This is supposed to be family-oriented, and so this is the approach that we took. Again, the lushness that's going to be around, it's going to hide a lot of the things that are happening around it. You're going to feel like you're surrounded by a lush landscape. What this slide really shows is also the location of the stair access is really in the most underutilized portion of the project. If you walk that area right now, there's mechanical equipment and restrooms there. It's also moved to a location where you're not blocking any of the views from the hotel itself. So again, you can see the green is showing the view shed, unobstructed views towards the water. The blue oval, which is the shape of that stair access, is located and tucked away in the most hidden spot on the site. Location of the stairs that shows the setbacks and the visual impact from the boardwalk. The guest poolscape around the bow tie pool, which is kind of reinterpreted here. And again, best-in-class finishes throughout the project. and I'll hand it over.
Thank you, Shamim. So as you can see, it's a lot going on, and it really is a well-thought-out attempt to reimagine this rear yard with many different ways, elements, art installations, and of course, the slides. I'd like to get into briefly the variances, which, as I'm sure you've all seen over the years, when you have projects on this part of the eastern part of Miami Beach, and we deal with the dune overlay and the oceanfront overlay, there's often variances, and I'm familiar with projects, for example, the addition, where there were, I think, twice as many variances to activate that rear yard. So here, the ones that deal with the overlay districts on the furthest east, frankly, there's nothing about these new proposals that are directly related to that. While we're improving some of the places, there's decking, there's materials there that are already beyond the allowed amount, the allowed percentages, but we're putting those in and legalizing them now. They've been there for many years. By improving them, we're required to now comply with code. The ones that relate to the location of the slides and the setback, I think it's variance number 5 that staff has recommended against. We took a second look at that after we reviewed the staff report, and we're going to propose to remove that variance. I mentioned it to Michael yesterday. We were able to speak to our designer and bring the slides in further from the south side and eliminate that variance, and then that has the impact of possibly eliminating, but at least significantly reducing a couple of the other variances, take into account some of side yards and those types of things. We are going to work with staff on the variances that they're recommended a continuance on, the ones on the furthest east, to be able to further show all of the open space provided on the property. We've done that analysis, but it's just to provide that this is not a typical property. Massive size, and there's open space and lush landscaping throughout. So in this small little area, because we do have cabanas there, we've done it in a way that complies with the materials and the uses permitted by the code, just a little bit more in that area than in other areas. But overall, there's an incredible amount of open space, close to 90% on the site. I want to highlight a couple points. I've heard in the last few days some of the objections, and we've seen that it's a 100 plus feet concrete structure. The only concrete elements are the slabs. The tubing that you see is clear aluminum tubings, which are meant to allow the ability for folks to see through and provide more of an openness to that structure as much as possible. Obviously, it has to meet the engineering requirements to hold the weight, but it's doing it in a way that's as least as airy and open as possible. And we tried to place this at the location of the site. Currently, the kids zone, there's a little kids pool there with a slide, and really underutilized. That's where it's going, so it minimizes the impact on any of the contributing or the historic elements of the property, and that was obviously intentional. So with that, I would like to, if you all have any questions, we're here to answer them. I know there's a lot of folks that want to speak, so we'll reserve some time for rebuttal if possible. Thank you.
Okay. So board questions for the applicant. Who would like to go first? Ray?
Just on the tower for the slides, is there only stairs? There's no elevator?
There's an elevator. There is an elevator, yes.
There's no, okay.
ADA required.
Usually you don't have an elevator.
Mickey, in your letter to staff, you indicated this would be for guests only. That's correct?
Yeah, this is the use is not open to the public. Obviously, a recreational amenity in the RM3 district can only exist as an accessory, whether it's an apartment or a hotel, to an accessory to a primary use. So an independent, I've heard that there's an independent water park with separate tickets. We'll not be selling separate tickets for this. You still have to be a hotel guest. Like, nothing in the hotel's operation is changing. Just like you can be a guest today and enjoy those amenities, you can continue to do so. This is just a different amenity available to those that are there to experience the hotel.
It's my understanding the applicant has a water park or leases a water park in Aventura.
Yes.
Is this?
I will tell you the differences, and frankly, it was about a decade ago that I also worked on those approvals. The Tidal Cove Water Park is abutting the Country Club Hotel there at the JW Marriott there, but it is zoned on recreational land. That was an as-of-right two-code project that, even if it wasn't associated with the hotel, could exist independent because it is on the same zoning as the golf course, which explicitly allows water amenities, water parks, water slides. So that was done as of right. It could be an independent. It just happens to be associated with the hotel. but it's the same zoning as a golf course, very different situation than this.
Okay, so is that the reason a traffic study wasn't provided?
Yeah, so if we were to have increased capacity, increased rooms, and like try to make this a separate use where more people coming in, changing, more, further intensifying what's there today, it would have had to go to planning board, possibly a code amendment.
Yeah.
Here, we're just changing the amenities. We're not adding any capacity to the site. We're not adding any rooms. So a traffic study would have looked at, the hotel has these amenities, we're changing them, but there's no increased capacity. And I think, I don't put words in his mouth, I think Michael would agree. Had we proposed an increased capacity, yes, the city would have required a traffic study, but here, we're not.
Okay, I get it. And finally, have you reached out to your neighbors?
So, yeah, initially, we,
If we'll have a time for public comment, if we can just keep it limited to the applicant's presentation, the questions from the board, and then absolutely, we want to hear from everybody.
so what we have done, so again, this is construction happening on our site, and it's not increasing capacity, it's not increasing traffic, we believe, as far as, you know, what we're doing. We did have conversations with our immediate neighbors, the Soho House, the Eden Rock, they're not objecting. And also, there've been a lot of discussions with the condominium ownership on the Fontainebleau property, because they will.
Which property?
The Fontainebleau, there's the
Okay.
condominiums
Oh, yes,
that are
yes, yes.
near the slide element. And while I will tell you, not all of those folks in the condominiums are all supportive, there's a mix of support and, you know, not so much support from the condos and we have some support letters as well. But since we're not adding capacity and there's no NIE, we really didn't go out to the entire area. I know there's some concerns here today, and we've tried in the last few days to speak to some of those folks, and we'll continue to do so. But yeah, the folks most immediately affected, we have reached out to and had conversations with. Thank you.
Ray?
You keep saying you're not adding capacity. Didn't you aren't you building a whole bunch of cabanas that go along with this, that you'll be selling day passes to? How many are there, and how many day passes would you be able to add to the 1,000 rooms that you already have?
So that's something that fluctuates on capacity. The hotel does not, with the resortpass.com is a website where you can rent a cabana, even if you're not staying as an overnight guest. As you know, every hotel on Miami Beach, every hotel on Miami Beach has that, whether it's Faena, Eden Rock, the Addition. You can
Right, but
rent a
you're
cabana.
adding how many?
Well, we'll just bring it back to what was always there. How many were there originally?
There's a set occupancy, so we can't do
Yeah.
more.
So the way that works, and I've spoken to our operations team, it's not a set number every day. It fluctuates on capacity. So if it's a weekend that the hotel is close to booked, they can turn that off. If it's a summer month where the hotel's at low capacity, because it's not in season, they have the option of selling these cabanas and day beds through resortpass.com like other hotels. Nothing is changing from the way we operate. We're not adding more capacity to those things. We're not increasing the amount that we provide. Like every other hotel, not just in Miami Beach, but throughout South Florida and the country, resortpass.com is a website that allows guests that aren't overnight guests to still be valid hotel guests. But I'll tell you, you know, to rent a cabana here is not cheap when it's busy. So if someone just wants to use a slide, there's other options throughout the region that are much more affordable. This really is for our guests that are guests of the hotel, to have an elevated experience and really attract families.
And I do understand that, because the cruise industry has really taken over, family vacations. And I first went to the Fontainebleau in 1967, when I was there for college spring break. I didn't stay there because I couldn't afford to, but we did take a tour, and how beautiful it was. And I said, oh, I'd love to stay at the Fontainebleau. And luckily, 5 years later, Xerox let me stay there because I was here on a convention. But, it's always been a resort where you want people to just come and never leave.
Right.
Check in, you've got all the amenities, you've got all the restaurants, spend your entire time here, just like if you went on a cruise, and then when you're ready to go home, go home. So I do understand why you want to do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth, you have questions?
Could you please just tell me how many cabanas you have currently and how many you have by the time you finish the project?
38 currently, about 100 after.
So currently 38, operational today, there'll be about 100 when complete. And again, if you saw from the beginning, that's not a new idea. Historically, there were close to that many cabanas in the 60s and 70s along the eastern of the property. So the cabana is something that over the last decade has become something our guests are very much interested in, and the demand is very high for those. So they're always booked, and the idea was to bring some more, make some more available.
And so,
And
and
yeah,
if
right.
a guest rents, like have a daily pass for a cabana, they have access, full access to all the amenities in the hotel,
Everything in
correct?
the rear yard, yes.
Thanks.
Randy?
I'm still unclear on the purchasing of day beds, which is not a cabana, and a lounge chair or a cabana. What is that volume? You say on weekends when there's not a lot of hotel guests, you open the hotel up to whoever wants to come and pay for it. What is that number? Is there a
So-
cap or no?
I'm not on the operations team. The number fluctuates with demand. So it's obviously if our hotel guests, the primary focus here is the hotel guest. And when the hotels, as I've been explained by our operations team, when the hotel is clear, is very close to being booked, we want our guests to have access to those cabanas, those day beds. We don't want is hotel guests that want those amenities to not be able to use them. However, at times when occupancy is lower than desired, we offer that to residents of Miami Beach or the greater South Florida area that want to experience the resort, but don't necessarily want or need to stay overnight. But it's at a premium that cost, and we hope that, folks take advantage of that. But really, this is, the goal of this is to bring people in to increase hotel capacity. That's the goal. We did that about a decade ago with the banquet ballroom facilities. We're having an issue. A lot of the large convention groups were turning away from the Fontainebleau because other establishments had more capacity, and we have so many rooms and not enough ballroom space. We addressed that, and that's been successful. Here, we're hearing from a lot of our guests and a lot of our industry folks that there really is a push to get family-oriented recreational amenities. Slides are just a big thing now. You see it on the cruises. You see it in a lot of these hotels. I've taken my kids to, there was a Bonita Springs, there's a hotel there with very similar slide amenities. My kids want to go there. They want to go somewhere they can have fun, not just mommy and daddy having a drink.
Okay.
They want to do fun stuff. And I think this is what we're trying to do here.
That's not, that wasn't the question. I understand what you're trying to do. I also am trying to understand what is you say that you didn't need to do a traffic study because you didn't change capacity, yet you say that when the season's low, you'll open it up to as many people that want to come that will support paying for a water park, which are very expensive, maintain everything. I still don't hear any capacity limit on what you offer. Are you not going to ever have more visitors than would be allowed in the rooms? And therefore, if there's an empty room, you would allow a visitor? There seems to be no cap on what you could do.
I don't think there's a cap number, but that's essentially the way it works as you described it. When capacity in the hotel rooms is low, when the bookings are low, they'll open up the resort pass for folks to,
So you would never have more people on site than would be accommodated in your rooms?
Essentially,
You'll commit to that? You will not have more visitors on that site that would be committed to the rooms that you could rent? If you don't rent one, you open it to the public, because that's a fair compromise.
right, it's occupancies by code, so I think the answer to that is yes. How I can put that into condition, we have to work with my team, but essentially, yes, that's the idea.
So you won't have more visitors to the site than what could be accommodated in the hotel?
Right, I mean, it's a formula we have to work through if that's something we need to commit to, but that's the idea, to fluctuate the ability to use those amenities for non-overnight guests when there's a lower number of hotel guests. Yeah.
Also, I didn't see, you have a lot of renderings of the cabanas, which actually look quite amazing, and the pool. Very little of the actual water slide, which I think is what the biggest opposition is. There's, I think, 2 pictures. Do you have any views of what this looks like from the beach, which is really the most spectacular view of this building? I mean, it is sitting right on the beach walk. So is it not having a huge visual impact from the beach that we don't see any views?
Well, again, it's put to the southern end of the property so that everything, all the historic buildings, there's essentially a clear view, and that was the attempt. But we can provide an additional rendering from the beach. We don't have that now.
Okay, I mean, it's to the south end, but it's sitting right on the beach walk. It's virtually
It's
overhanging
very close,
the beach
yes.
walk.
Not quite overhanging, but it is very close.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. We can't touch any of the other contributing elements, so we had to put it in the place where, really the only place that it would fit comfortably.
That's a view. Close enough.
Can we put that, the screen back up for a second? To show you the closest view that we have, I think, for what you're looking for. So that's from the beach walk. I mean, there are trees there, so but that's a look from the beach walk.
But you're quite a ways north of where the actual water park is. You're substantially far north on the beach walk.
From that view, yeah.
Yeah. That's the only one I saw, and you can hardly see the 15 slides that are sitting right there on the beach walk. So it's not very representative of what it will look like when you're walking down well, if you look at the aerial view that you have of the pool plan, it's an extensive number of slides.
There are 6 independent slides, but because there's, for example, one of them is 2 slides, but it's one thing, it's one experience. But the slides you see, that at most they're 6.
I'm sorry?
There are at most 6 slides in the slide.
6
element.
slides?
Yes.
Okay.
3 structures and 6 slides, because the experience has 2 people can ride at the same time.
Can I ask, what is the variance for height requirement on the tower? Why is there a variance request for the height?
There's no variance required for the height of that stair tower.
Okay, I thought there was a variance for height. Okay.
No, not for the stair tower.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your final question for now? Okay. Questions, Mitch?
No.
That's cool. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for staff. Would this require the fire department to determine the number of people that could be on this property?
Yes.
So that, they're going to give a number, and if they have more than that, then they can be
can't.
shut down?
They can't have more than that number, right?
Do we have any board disclosures?
I was just contacted by Steve Boucher and asked me if I had any questions, and I said, I'll take care of them here. Thank you.
Okay. I met with the applicant. Public comment?
I would suggest we start with public comment in chambers and then go to the public comment online.
Fine.
Hello, my name is Mark Weiss. I'm an attorney and I'm a resident. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak. This is so outrageous and frankly a very dishonest presentation. You guys are the last line of defense for historic architecture in Miami Beach, and Lord, we need some saving here today. If you allow this 12-story concrete monstrosity 130 feet into the sky, you are going to change the entire skyline and the entire city of Miami Beach. Miami Beach is the Fontainebleau. It's the largest oceanfront property. What you do here reverberates across the entire beach. And you know what happens next? Eden Rock comes. I want a water slide. Lowe's comes. I want a theme park. I want a casino. It is going to set a terrible, terrible precedent. I'm here today because the Fontainebleau is a landmark, not a theme park, and I think that this application fails miserably for 3 reasons. Number one, compatibility with the local architecture. They say it very well themselves. This is one of the largest slides in America. On its face, how many slides are in Miami? 0. 0 slides in Miami. On its face, it doesn't fit, and for that reason alone, this should be denied. Number 2, traffic. This is outrageous. It's not going to increase loads because in the 60s, you had cabanas. After the Sorrento, Tresor, you've built a tremendous load. Go to Collins, go to Miami Beach at 4:30. It's bumper to bumper. Every valet is overwhelmed. There is nowhere to go. And you asked a great question about Tidal Cove. Tidal Cove sits on 300 acres and has public surface level parking. The Fontainebleau, 22 acres, no public parking, and an overwhelmed valet. Where's everyone going to park? This is a traffic disaster. And for that reason alone, this should be denied. And lastly, the Morris Lapidus legacy of Miami. He brought in MIMO design that you guys work every day to preserve, and they're going to come and bring a carnival cruise into our backyard. The elegance, the dramatic entrances that he's known for, and now you're going to have snotty, wet kids running around, rowdy crowds, drunk people. This is Morris Lapidus. It is so, I feel like I'm in a bad nightmare. But I'll tell you what they accomplished here today. They brought Miami Beach together like never before. The Mid-Beach Association, 12,000 members opposed. The Miami Preservation League opposed. North Beach Resistance opposed. Six Flags at FB got over 150,000 views on their video opposing. Even though there's no vote today, and I know the Fontainebleau will try to lull us to sleep like they did last time, not reaching out to a single owner in the area, I really hope and I trust that you guys will send a strong message that Miami Beach is known for its elegance, for its architecture, and for its history, and we're not ready to throw that all away for a water park. So I thank you, and I want to add one more comment about the variances, which I read, and I want to make my law school professors proud for just 1 second. These are an absolute joke. Vice Chair, just 20 more seconds. Thank you so much. Variances are meant for minor exceptions, not overhauls of the zoning law. They're asking for up to 16 times reduction in open space. And then they say, well, our property is peculiar in shape, so we need this variance. Everyone knows that a property owner cannot change the conditions and then ask for a relief. Simply put, you can't build the Sorrento, the Tresor, the Spa, the Cote, Arcadia, pools, and say, hey guys, we need some help over here. Our property is shaped in such a hard way. This is very hard. And they say that there's mixed reviews from the condo owners. That is outrageous. I will sell you a bridge if you can find me one condo owner.
Mr. Weiss,
So
I don't want to cut you off.
That's it. No, thank you so much.
Everybody, so please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Golette, MDPL. We also do not support the proposed water structure project of the Fontainebleau. While we understand the desire to add family-friendly amenities, we believe this proposal is incompatible with the character of this individually designed landmark, designated landmark, and the surrounding neighborhood. The 130-foot tall water slide structure would dramatically alter the character of one of Miami Beach's most iconic properties and set a concerning precedent. The scale of the water slides are inconsistent with the historical beach resort character that has made Miami Beach internationally recognized. Miami Beach has a reputation of allure, elegance. We're not Orlando, we're not anything else but uniquely Miami Beach. We believe there are alternative approaches to adding family-friendly amenities that would not compromise the character and make the Fontainebleau the historical landmark it always was and always should be. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Cortez. I am the president of CPS. We're the only company out here in Miami Beach on 16th and 15th. My reason of coming out here is one of my fondest memories is when I first arrived to Miami Beach was staying at the Fontainebleau. It was, my grandma was a housekeeper there, and she cleaned rooms, and we had the privilege to stay there. And one of the best memories was going on the slides and being able to attend and have water features. I don't have any promises from the Fontainebleau. I have no association for this project coming over, but I do have my staff that once a year we have a retreat and we have to go all the way to Orlando for a water park. I think it's fantastic that we could have this in our backyard. So I am forward in support of the Fontainebleau opening up a water park for a more friendly and family-oriented hotel. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon almost. I'm Ana Marie Ferreira de Melo. I am the president of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. And I wish Mr. Weiss had an opportunity to speak more because he echoes the voices of so many property and residents and members that are here today that wanted to speak. I wanted to share a little bit about where we are as an organization. Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association represents condominiums and hotels from 24th to 63rd Street along Collins Avenue and Indian Creek Drive. That includes the Fontainebleau and the properties neighboring. We were not contacted. This whole project has been very confusing. We first learned about it through the Miami Herald article in August, where we heard the president of development for the Fontainebleau be interviewed and share specifically that day passes would be allowed, that this would increase the opportunity for individuals to come. And the difference is not only the cabanas, or how many cabanas you build, but if those cabanas are individuals that are staying there, coming from the airport, if they truly are going to stay at the Fontainebleau, they're not going to be driving in and leaving the same day. If you live on Collins Avenue, you know what it's like to get in and out of Collins Avenue. Florida Department of Transportation is trying to redo all of Collins Avenue because we just don't have the capacity to be able to handle more in that area. I think it's intentional not to communicate. I think it's intentional not to show you pictures that from the south end. I think it's intentional not to show you how we're encroaching on the coastal construction control line. I think it's intentional not to show you what the true impacts on the environment, on our community, and how little they've been evaluated. All of that is intentional, and if folks can come or go, if the operations allow it, if the numbers, I don't know, yesterday at 7 p.m. I had my first conversation, hi, nice to meet you in person, with the lawyer, and in sharing a little bit about the project, we were learning about really how massive this is, because today was the first time we've even seen the presentation. We hold meetings monthly, we have polled our members, in small groups and large groups, and the vast majority are very, very opposed to this project. And when I say vast majority, I will say the small majority that did not vote against, it's because we don't want to get in the business of telling private properties how to run their business. We want private properties to develop in a way that is aligned with our character, that respects our history and respects our environment. We live in Miami Beach because we don't want to live in Orlando. We operate here because we don't want to live anywhere else. And people need to be respectful of that as they develop and as they propose projects to you today. It's not about if they can come and go, it's about the variances. Please, 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 we oppose this project in its entirety, and we hope you do too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Hinda Sultanic. I live at 475 Collins Avenue. Just simply, I just wanted to know what the needs assessment explained about the proposal for a water park on Collins Avenue. What is the compelling need for a water park? Is that need greater than the crippling traffic and congestion that would result, undermining the current attempt to solve the current problem on Collins Avenue? Is it greater than the upheaval of the quality of life for owners in the vicinity of the project? Will the next request be an additional bridge across the bay? Greater than the landmark status, is it greater than the landmark status and property culture of Miami Beach going from Art Deco to becoming Disneyland? Other than to satisfy the needs of the Fontainebleau owners, there is no apparent compelling need for this water park. The needs of the residents of Miami Beach to maintain our culture and design should supersede this frivolous project. And I hope that we understand that those people who are here and didn't know anything about it and are now being shocked and surprised about a project that would change everything about our area, our neighborhood. I hope that you can understand that we feel that we want to continue the culture of Miami Beach for the beauty that it's had all these years. Thank you.
And I think we're going to hear from everyone in the room that wants to speak. I just want to know, Michael, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have several callers on Zoom.
Okay, just wanted to know. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Vincent Maffei. I'm a condo owner at the Sorrento. I had a PowerPoint presentation that I submitted. Is that available or?
Sorry, what was the question?
He said he had a PowerPoint presentation that he had submitted.
Is that available to show or?
What's your name?
Vincent Maffei.
Does communications have that presentation?
If not, I'll proceed.
I would suggest just proceeding. I don't see a presentation.
Yeah. Anyway, my wife and I own a condo at the Sorrento, which is directly in the firing line of this development. First of all, I'd like to say that we are not against improvements, and I respect the hotel for what they're doing and the money that they have to improve. And I think it should be a partnership. I'm not opposed to the entire project. I'm mainly opposed to the water slide I think the water slide is out of place. We all know that sequels don't always live up to the original. Caddyshack 1 versus Caddyshack 2. Top Gun 1 versus Top Gun 2. This looks like a sequel to the Turnberry property. This is not an original blue and whatever colors improvement. They had some success in Turnberry. The difference is Turnberry is a 300-acre spot, and they placed their twisted group of water slides where it doesn't obstruct any views. It's in an appropriate location. The Fontainebleau property is 22 acres. I phrase it as, if you cram it in there, they will come. This water slide is direct, almost looks like I could reach out from my condo balcony and touch it. And it wraps around, and then they got this area where the kids' pools are now, and they're gonna put that in there. And I think it's an atrocity. It's gonna permanently destroy our view. Instead of seeing the beautiful sunset in the morning and the palm trees, I'm gonna see some twisted blue plastic, and supposedly I can see through the elevator shaft. I don't know how too many people can see through an elevator shaft. But anyway, like I said, I respect what the Fontainebleau Hotel is doing, and they specifically said it's not going to obstruct our view. And he showed a green line of sight that didn't obstruct the hotel, but it's going to affect my property permanently. And I would just hope that there could be some better compromise on this. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Isaiah Sheps. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a condo owner at 4301 Collins Avenue, the Vendome. And I understand that the Fontainebleau is running a business and they want to make money, and there's nothing wrong with reimagining one's property and having grandiose dreams. But that should only be when it's restricted. The effect is restricted to your own property and not the one that's going to affect so many other people beyond. A previous speaker mentioned the fact that, yes, they had water slides before when he was a child. He remembers it so fondly, but maybe it looked big to him at that time because he was so much shorter. But it does not compare to what's being put up right now. So I think the comparison and the emotions of it are totally different. The amount of both noise and light pollution, which is going to affect not just the Sorrento, the immediate building, but buildings even 3-4 buildings away, is going to be something that's going to diminish the value of any condo within the area. It's going to affect also, we're always hearing about the turtles, the sea turtles, and we had to have special lights on the whole boardwalk because the turtles get confused. I can only imagine what's going to happen to these turtles that are nesting on the beach when this monstrosity goes up and the lights are on until who knows when. I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that were mentioned before, though and I agree with them, but there are also other, I would assume, environmental impacts of the water usage of all these slides that are going to be used in an area where there's always water shortage. You may have drainage into the chlorinated water draining into the storm systems and going out into Biscayne Bay. And I'm always reading about the coral reefs and the manatees and the seagrass and how that's going to negatively affect that. I haven't heard anyone mention that at all, and this is the Environmental Board. So I'm speaking on behalf of, I would think, everybody in my building. I don't think any of us have been approached about it at all. And I am very much against this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miriam Weiss, and I want to speak today from two perspectives. One is I own units in the Sorrento building at the Fontainebleau, and I also live and own in the Blue Diamond. He presented a slide showing unobstructed views from the hotel. This is a 12-story, 130 feet high tower that you will not be able to see through. This is not a Marvel movie. Then there are hundreds of slides that wrap around the whole building like an anaconda and come up in front of the building. There are hundreds of people that own units facing north and facing to the ocean. These people have saved up to buy a 500 square foot unit. They wake up in the morning, they look at the pool, and they look at the ocean. They're gonna plop this down right in front. As Mr. Hollingworth said, they did not show one honest slide here. All we saw was they're gonna serve a lot of gelato. He mentioned gelato 4 times. That doesn't make it family friendly. Anyone can come in there. This man said he likes to have retreats with his corporation. Adults will come here. Rowdy juveniles will come here. I know how the Fontainebleau works. People rent a room, they come there, they bring 10 friends. They all hang out at the pool. They do not monitor capacity. They do not monitor who comes there, and they do not look. I go down there, I own units, I cannot find one seat at the pool. The cabanas are rented, everything is for rent, everything is for sale there, okay? There are a lot of owners here. We barely get to use the amenities. They will not monitor it. As a resident, there's gonna be noise, traffic. You're gonna walk just like you said on the beach walk. They did not show one picture. You're gonna walk, during your walk, you're gonna look up, you're gonna see 100 feet in the air of slides. There's not one rendering. What kind of renderings are this? I have to see the gelato stand 5 times. I have to see the trees. The trees magically block everything. They're asking for 11 variances. Not de minimis variances, major deviations from the code. They're asking for a certificate of appropriateness. Your ordinance states you have to look at pedestrian, you have to look at view corridors, dune preservation overlays. They're going from 50% to 4.7%. How many different things can they ask for here? They did not discuss it, and you know why they didn't discuss it? Because nobody would ever want this. Only the person selling tickets. Believe me, they just admitted, they didn't tell you in their presentation they're selling day passes. People come there to eat at La Côte, they come there to drink. That's all they care about. They want to drive traffic and people to sell more drinks, more amenities at the expense of the owners. All these people that own these units, the property values are gonna plummet 200,000 to 300,000 overnight, and the rental income will totally diminish. I'm finishing. Would you want to rent a unit, wake up in the morning and look at that? Would you like that in front of wherever you live? You all say, I bike through here, I live over there. Do you want to wake up in the morning and look at this monstrosity of a 120 tower, metal tubing, plastic tubing, mechanical pumps, noise, splashing, everything? It's an abomination, and you should deny it, and you should tell them to take it out.
Hi, my name is Blake Caroli. My family owns a place within the Tracer condo. There's a few concerns that came up. There's one I think even Mr. Hollingsworth brought up, and I think maybe it was one of the other ones mentioning about traffic studies not being completed. That one is actually quite disturbing and very deceiving on behalf of the developers who want to do this. Now, keep in mind, when you look at the daybed rentals, I just looked up, he said resortpass.com. On average, it's about 4 persons per bed. I can rent a bed today for the equivalent of $50 a person. Now, let's say you bring in, you're now adding 100 cabana spaces times 4. That's about 2,000 people. You can now, no, sorry, my math is way off on that one. It's 400 people, but still, that's still 400 people more. And then, as Mrs. Wise recently said, also people come in, they'll rent a day bed for 4, they'll shove about 6 or 7 on there. Now, what's gonna happen is that yes, while a lot of the guests come to the resort, we wanna bring families, we wanna bring a lot of these people in, by opening it up to day passes, what you're gonna do is, people come into the hotel, most people don't come with a car. They'll take a taxi from the airport, they'll stay in the hotel, they know they're not gonna leave, they wanna go to restaurants out, they'll take taxis. There's very few people to do that. Now, if you're bringing in day people who are going to be coming and driving nonstop, the traffic around the area is going to be obscene, especially during the rush hours when they're leaving the water park. It's going to add to that chaos. Now, on top of that, there's also liability issues that may have not been considered. I have actually worked at one of their competitors that they use, Baha Mar. I do know their water park is actually offset from the hotel because it creates a lot of noise. The pumps themselves are obscene. What they do all day, it sounds like you have to wear earplugs in the area where the pumps are. Where are they going to put the pumps? Who knows? Because they haven't thought of that. Or maybe they have, but they just don't want to show because they don't want to show any part of the water park. But that being said, you're going to bring in a lot of those people. Now, with all these people and all this traffic coming in, now what happens, like I know from Baha Mar, I actually know executives, they told me at least once a day they get an email saying a child got injured in the water park. Now, if ambulances have to show up and we have to compete with that traffic, how are you going to compete with, how are you going to get them access? Access to even help someone on the beach. There's other issues also, but even going back to the other things, the historical site concept of it, like this other gentleman said he's been coming here for years, his first image was water fountain blue. I've been coming down to Florida for the past 30 years. I'm Canadian. Trust me, we love the heat. We hate the cold. But the end result is that when I came down as a kid, I do remember the fountain blue. I do remember the grotto pool. I remember all those things. Yes, they did bring it up to newer standards, newer levels of basically not taking it out of the 80s and putting it to the modern day. However, that being said, there's only so much that we think about the fountain blue being historic, and now you're going to add it being a family thing. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to beat the clock here, but going back to the Baha Mar kind of concept, the reality is not everyone goes there just for the water park. Majority of the people go there for the gambling, the restaurants, and everything else in between. You have tennis courts, you have pickleball courts, you have mini golf, you have all these other amenities. They don't go there just solely for the water park. That water park sits empty 90% of the day. You can go in there, it's like you can hear a pin drop more often than not. So I can tell you that this does not bring as many people as they think it does. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Jack Finglass, and I was on your board for 6 years and was chairman for 2.5. And I've heard every story there is to hear from lawyers, and I know that they can make black seem white and white seem black, and that's exactly what's being done here today. They're pulling the wool, attempting to pull the wool over your eyes. Every project that came before us when I was on the board, people tried to fudge the drawings to make their project look like the best thing on earth. That's exactly what's happening here, showing you a bunch of trees that hide the water park and everything else and saying, oh, this is going to be beautiful greenery. It's not going to be beautiful greenery. And these people, you know, they raised their hand and swore to tell the truth. I beg to differ. I mean, you can see from the picture that's not telling the truth. So I am fully opposed to this project. And one last thing to say. If you were on the Queen Elizabeth II, and that's an iconic ship, just like the Fontainebleau is an iconic building. Can you imagine putting a 30-story water slide on top of the QE2? I can't. And that's exactly what these people are trying to do to one of our major landmarks of the United States. And I think it's a shanda, which in Jewish means a shame. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Philip Feynman. I live in 4775 Collins Avenue, which is a couple blocks from here. And we've been coming here for having that apartment since 2005, 2006. And now 4 or 5 years ago, we became permanent residents of Miami Beach. And one of the reasons we came here is for the beach. And I'm glad someone mentioned about walking from the boardwalk. What is the view going to be? You're going to see this ridiculous 12-story, 120-foot structure take away from the view of the Fontainebleau, which is an iconic hotel, as everyone said. I'm not going to repeat everything what everyone said because I strongly support everything. The one person who spoke in favor of it probably is not a resident in that area. And my suggestion, although I certainly respect his opinion for that, if he wants a water park, he could go up to JW Marriott and benefit from that water park, which Fontainebleau apparently has some sort of ownership thing. But regardless of that, I'm not, as I said, I'm not going to repeat everything that's here because I do support it. I just want to bring up a point that has been brought up here, that was discussed here about 15 to 20 years ago. Everyone's asking, how many more people are going to come, you haven't heard them send a solid number because they're not going to say it. That's a lawyer. They just bob and weave and they don't tell you. I don't care what their room capacity is, because you could bet it's going to be 3 or 4 times that. My sons have come down here. They've rented cabanas, and they're always telling me, oh, we rented, 10 people rented, 20 people are there. And these aren't the families getting off the cruises and staying for a day or two. They don't have little Jimmy and Betsy. Come on, sit down. We'll get you a little ice cream. These are the party people who know how to party, and that's what the Fontainebleau is there. They don't care. I mean, they want to sell gelato, but they want to sell all the top shelf liquor that they can sell and all the champagne. I don't know what the cabanas are. When they first opened up, I think it was $600 or $700, and that's years and years ago. So as the gentleman said, they're here to improve their business. I respect that 100%. I'm speaking as a resident who came, as I said, I moved from New York to come down here to benefit from Miami Beach, the iconic Miami Beach. And as an aside, when I came down here, I remember it was July 4th weekend of 2005. I was with one of my sons who was, I don't know, I think he was in college. At any rate, we stayed at the Fontainebleau. He said, oh, Dad, you should buy one of these places. I think it was the first or second weekend it was opening up. There was such chaos, they had to call the police because the garage was overwhelmed. They couldn't get, so the police were there trying to sort out all the cars and so forth and so on. But the point I want to make is we haven't heard numbers. We really have a lot of fudge stuff and all that stuff. About 50, if you remember, the first, I guess it opened up, the first condo building at Fontainebleau opened up about 2005. It was right on Collins Avenue. The people who were facing east were sold a bill of goods. You're going to have an ocean view, blah, 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 and all that stuff. Well, within a couple months of selling out, guess what came up? Now they put, Fontainebleau came forth with building plans for, I guess, the Trezor, whichever one blocks their view. So those people who were sold a bill of goods, you're going to have a fountain, you're going to have the ocean view. Guess what view they don't have? They have a view of someone's bedroom, a bathroom, looking in there, and they did some fancy footwork, and you made some agreements with them, a little variance here. But one of the things, if I recall correctly, was they were going to have more green space right where they're going to put this park now, this water park, which is outlandish. And my prediction is, if once it gets approved in a couple of weeks, they'll be back. We want to sell to the public. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Rivka Friedman. I'm a resident in the Blue Diamond. So first, thank you for this opportunity. I've never ever spoken at one of these things. I'm a little bit nervous, so please bear with me. It's a little intimidating. I'm sitting here observing this board and observing the proceedings even before this. And I want to say that you've all asked very insightful and reasoned questions of other people before this was brought to the board. And I want to thank you because you've actually given real thought to other projects. I want you to give real thought to this project. The Fontainebleau holds something very dear to me because that's where I met my husband 48 years ago. So we loved it so much that we bought an apartment in a building four buildings away from the Fontainebleau because this was something for us, this was an ideal for us. We've seen many changes over the years, and some of them have been really good, some of them beautified the area, and a lot of them you're responsible for because the boardwalk. The walk is magnificent because you guys paid so much attention to the flora and the fauna that goes around there. So it became a beautiful project. One thing that's not good is the traffic. So, as I said, we're on 47th Street, and to get to 41st Street is 6 blocks. 6 blocks, maybe with the lights, should take 5 minutes, no more. At 3 o'clock, I invite any of you to please come with me. I will drive, come from my apartment to 41st Street to make that turn. Could take 45 minutes to an hour. So a traffic report and study must be done. I have a personal issue where my husband's disabled. If I have to go to the hospital or I have to go to the doctor and have to make that round, It's impossible. It's frightening now. At 3 o'clock, it's impossible. You're sitting there forever. The traffic is an issue, obviously. But there's another issue. I happen to personally have a Fish and Wildlife license. And so I know what goes into the environmental preservation. What happens to the turtles? Right now, we have all these people in our building, in our community. We're so respectful of that. We're respectful of our beach. You're going to have people coming in, as they said, as people said before us, how many people are going to come in? Myself, I've gotten day beds with friends coming into the Fontainebleau. So there's hundreds of people coming in there with kids, with rowdiness, with drinking, with God knows what else goes on. So there's that. But, sorry, one more thing. As far as the designer saying that he was respecting the original design of the building, I think he's really missed the mark on that one.
So I just want to remind everyone that's speaking, you can come on up, that, the timer is set for 3 minutes to try, I've allowed everyone to go over, approximately a minute, but if we can try to keep them, I understand everybody wants to get their point across, but let us know your opinions so that we can, get this moving. They've had
You could
that
adjust
before
it
at
lower
this
too.
Huh?
You could adjust the time lower too if you want.
Yes, I mean, I can adjust it lower, but for right now, we're okay. But if we can stick to the time, otherwise I will have to lower it, okay? Thanks.
Hello, my name is Sarah Weiss, and I live around that neighborhood, 3535 Indian Creek. And this project, while they're trying to paint it as a beautiful project with greenery, we have beautiful greenery right now, so we're not missing that. It's going to destroy Miami Beach and the quality of life. It will destroy the quality of our life. We come here, it's resort, it's beautiful, it's vacation. If I wanted to, I would go to Orlando, or anybody who wants parks and slides and things, go to Orlando, or you can go to Turnberry. Right here, where everything is so preserved and residential, and this just does not fit. I walk the boardwalk every single morning, and it's going to destroy everything around the whole entire neighborhood. We've heard so much from other people, but this is definitely the least, the quality of life and the value of our homes will plummet down. And gelato you can get anywhere. We don't have to go to the Fontainebleau to get gelato. So let's all remember that. But this project is a disaster in happening. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reuven Mashkovsky. I'm an owner in Tresor. I've never spoken or been to anything like this before, so it's great to see the board and how much work and how you look into everything. It's great to see everyone on both sides, those in favor, those against. It's great to be here. I've lived in Miami Beach in several different places. I originally lived on 14th and Collins, and then I lived in the Green Diamond, and then I lived in Tresor. I now live in Southeast Hollywood with my family, right above Hollandale Beach, and I take Collins to come down here. This drive, the drive to get, without a water park, to get from my house down Collins Avenue to here, on my Google Maps last night said it would take 31 minutes. My Uber took an hour and 20 minutes. Now, the problem with the water park is that it's going to attract people during the day. And we all know Collins Avenue is busiest in the morning and in the late afternoon going into the early evening. And if we're going to even if the capacity limits of the hotel stay the same, even if the capacity is the same, and they're not hotel guests, but people coming during the day, they're going to be coming exactly at 9 o'clock when the water park opens to get their money's worth, and then the water park closes when it becomes night, right, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and they're going to leave. These are the times that are the peak traffic for Collins Avenue. And I don't think Collins Avenue can handle that traffic. For someone who's lived in Miami Beach for many years and is certainly considering and may move back to Miami Beach, I really love the city. I don't think the water park is the answer. I admire the hotel and their commitment to moving the property forward and trying to improve things. I don't think the water park is the answer to this. The Fontainebleau also, since I got a minute to talk anyways, the Fontainebleau is a piece of history, right? It's a historic resort. People travel the world to come to the Fontainebleau. People fly to Paris to go see the Eiffel Tower. People fly, to Rome to see the Colosseum. They fly to Buffalo to see Niagara Falls. They come here to see the Fontainebleau. It's not, they're not coming because they want a water park. If they want a water park, you can go to Turnberry, which is great, and they should go to Turnberry. You can go to Orlando, and you could have water parks for the whole week. There's water parks all over Orlando. So I don't think the water park's the answer. Again, I thank everyone for coming on both sides, for and against, and I thank the board also for listening to everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Started early this morning. So we're having fun yet? That's what I want to know. My name is Robert Weiss. I'm a resident at the Blue Diamond, and I also own a property in the Sorrento. I'd like to thank the vice chair and the members. Especially like to thank the board member, Mr. Hollingsworth. He seems to be the only one who's peeling back the layers of this stinking onion. Which is what we expected to see here today. You guys are the Preservation Board. You're the protectors of Miami Beach historic buildings and architecture. I watched some of your meetings, and I was so impressed with this board's concern to the smallest minutia detail over and over and over again. That's how you protect Miami Beach. Now, while many of us don't follow your meetings, I don't, you can't miss driving or walking down Collins Avenue and you see these big steel skeletons holding up the facades of these buildings where the property is being redeveloped. For people who don't know that, that's tens of millions of dollars to do that. And I think you guys had something to do with it, right? I mean, nobody would do that voluntarily. So I know the time that you guys spend. I know you're passionate. It takes a lot of time. And it's inconceivable to me that you would even entertain this water slide in the backyard. First of all, it's not a backyard. It's not the back of the property. If you're on the boardwalk, it's the front of the property. That's what you're looking at. I'm sure there's more people that look at the Fontainebleau from the ocean side than they do from the Collins side, because that's not where people are walking. I can really not even understand the Fontainebleau for proposing this like nightmare. It's really just a nightmare. I mean, there's making money and then there's nightmare. And I don't even think this is even good for them, but they have their own situation. But, to bring Carnival Cruise Line to the back of the Fontainebleau, I think is just pathetic. This is the same board, well, maybe not the same people, but it's the board that preserved the bow tie tiles in the lobby in the Fontainebleau, and preserved the staircase to nowhere, and preserved the cheese wall during the last, is that me? Holy cow. All right, I'm sorry. Can I have one more minute? I want to talk about something really important. I'm going to talk fast. I'm not going to talk about everything else. Everybody's talking about traffic. So traffic, inconvenience, I'm going to miss my appointment, delay. What nobody's talking about, and what I think about when I see this traffic, is death. Because when you're going to have so many people crossing 4 lanes of traffic, unloading. And of course, you know who you're competing with, the idiots who rent the Lamborghinis and drive 100 miles an hour in front of the Fontainebleau to impress their friends. You're going to end up with fatal accidents. It's going to be a tragedy. And that's a tragedy that you can avert. And you should be thinking about that. I know we love to save buildings, and we want to protect buildings, but we have to protect people. We have to protect lives too. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Magali Iglesias. I live on 2555 Collins Avenue. That's the Club Atlantis. I've been resident and owner for many years here. And I have something very in common with the Fontainebleau. We were born on the same year, 1954. So for me, I have it in my heart. And I've been coming to the Fontainebleau many years before I lived here in Miami Beach. And for me, I think that Mr. Lapidus is revolving in his grave with this idea. Also the Rat Pack, also everyone that really loved the Fontainebleau for what it was, for this beautiful architecture and what this means to Miami Beach. So one of the things that I really want to ask the people from, Jeff Sofer and his investors is if they have done some kind of focus test, investigation, research to bring this monster of an idea in the middle of a city. When Walt Disney built Disneyland, he purchased tons of acres in the boondocks. No one was around there. So he built this beautiful park for children to come in. Here they're talking about the families are coming with children to the middle of Miami Beach. Did they do a research that really how many families are going to come to the Fontainebleau, spend a lot of money because Fontainebleau is not inexpensive with the children? So I don't know how much the research they have done. And we've been talking about Collins Avenue. But we have to mention 41st, which is our main causeway to go to the city. So what would that mean, not only to the people that come to the Fontainebleau, but we that live around? There's no way. I'm a realtor, and every time I have to go and show any apartments passing through that, right now, it's really hot. So for the rest of the residents of this area and for the visitors too, it's going to be harder too. So first of all, they have to do more research. And I took all my time listening to the previous presentations. You are very zealous about keeping our Miami Beach at the historic and also the architecture of Miami Beach. I hope that you also think about this one too, because this is a landmark that should not be changed with a kind of like plastic slides and totally destroying what Maurice Lapidus intended for it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eileen Miller. We own in Tresor, one of the condominiums on the Fontainebleau property. First of all, thank you so much for listening to us and taking your valuable time and your expertise. And we really do hope that you take all of this we noticed that the other applications, there were a lot more questions that were asked than with the application from the Fontainebleau. So we really do hope it's not all been predetermined by big players. And I really do have the faith that y'all have the integrity and you really do care about Miami Beach, or you wouldn't be spending this much time. That being said, my husband and I we're senior citizens in our twilight years, and we looked around. We went to Naples. We went on the West Coast, and albeit the beach is magnificent there, We looked around different areas for several years before we decided to come to Miami Beach. And looking around Miami Beach, we looked at several different properties. And we decided on this property at the Fontainebleau because there was a lot of activity there. The condos were perfect for us. And most important, we loved our view of the beach. We loved the boardwalk. And we loved the serenity and the quiet atmosphere that we were afforded here to be able to spend our entire year walking. I'm a medical professional. My husband's a financial advisor. And we did. We spent a lot of time deciding where we would go our senior years. And this is where we decided to come. And we pray that it is not totally ruined by this, I don't want to say monstrosity, because it's a water park for children. We understand that. But this isn't the place for it. It's just not the place for it. We love the atmosphere around Miami Beach, around South Beach, around the area. Our daughter settled in Venetian Causeway. We first came here, it took us 10 minutes to get to her apartment from ours. Now it's at least, no matter what time of day we go, it seems like, it's at least a half an hour. So please consider the alternative long-term long-term problems that this water park, this playground, this amusement park will bring to all aspects of our area in Miami Beach, not just us at the Fontainebleau, but the entire area of people walking on the boardwalk, the environmental factor, very good, ideas that were brought up that I know is not in your purview, but the maintaining the integrity of Miami Beach being the beautiful, beautiful historic area that it is from when our grandparents came here and when our parents came here. Thank you so much for your time.
With that, we can move to the online comments. Okay, go ahead, please, hurry.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa, last name Dussard. And I want to thank you all for your stewardship of representing the city. I addressed you all by email recently. We only learned of this development in our community maybe last Friday. Within 24 hours, we have probably 200 signatures opposing this initiative. And I have to say, I have been in the hospitality business 30 years. I'm currently an executive for a major development company. I lived in New York for 20 years. And yes, this may not be the right word to call this development atrocious, because it's a water park, it is for families. But I have to reiterate what I've heard the previous two speakers say, this is not the place for it. When it's compared to the JW Marriott on Aventura, there's no comparison. That development is way off the A1A. As a matter of fact, we're late today because from where we reside at Seacoast, 5151 Collins, it took us 45 minutes on a Tuesday at 12 o'clock to get here today. So that just speaks of what's happening, the high density, the environmental issues we have in our community. 11 swimming pools, a 12-story tower facing this beloved boardwalk that the city spent billions of dollars developing, that now their residents can enjoy riding their bicycles, walking with their dogs, their families. This is all going to be threatened by this development, which is a selfish aim of developers trying to save probably a 1,500-room luxury hotel. That is a dinosaur. We have so much luxury product coming to the beach today. The Aman Hotel, the #1 chain in the world, is opening in the next 2 years. Rosewood, all these big brands that are coming to the neighborhood that are uplifting with high-end consumers, our community, and they're really contributing to the landscape of what we have today in Miami Beach. I moved to Miami 3 years ago, so did my partner from New York City. He was in real estate development. I worked for a main hotel chain, and we opened probably 7 properties in the course of my career in New York. I gotta say that I saw things that went by even in New York that you would not be even of consideration of the residents of the community. First and foremost, I think that you have to safeguard the quality of life that we have in Miami Beach today. To the former speakers, the fact that you can walk this beautiful boardwalk all the way to the beach, all the way to Bal Harbor and ride a bicycle to Bal Harbor and have dinner there, that doesn't exist. And we have it and we have to preserve it. The Fontainebleau, I actually live in a Lapidus building too. I have tremendous admiration for the architecture of that time, and this is what people come here for. To take this 15 acres of this compound, of what this property means to the community, this beautiful landmark, and turn it into an attraction park is a crime. So I truly encourage one thing, if I'm going to ask you, my community didn't know about this. For the first time, I take an activist firm stand on behalf of my building to try to get signatures, to try to orient them, to understand what's going to happen to our real estate values, having a water park down the street. This is not going to be enough with 1,500 rooms that are going to be occupied at probably lower rates because they have to pay their debt service, and they haven't even disclosed with transparency what is going to be the cost of this new infrastructure. What is going to be the impact to our turtles that do cross over at night on the boardwalk? What's going to be the impact of 11 swimming pools if we have a hurricane and we have to take all this water with all this chlorine, and how it's going to affect the environment and the parrots?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I appreciate your time. I really encourage you to reconsider this, to give it the opportunity for the Miami community to truly come forward, because they don't even know about it. So thank you very much for looking after our community. I appreciate
Ma'am.
that.
Ma'am?
Ma'am, were you sworn in earlier today? I just want to make sure everyone who's spoken is sworn in. Were you sworn in earlier? Okay, could you raise your right hand, and then anyone else who has not yet been sworn in, please raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give or have given in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move to the Zoom comments, and then if we have anybody left, we can go back to the chambers, but we're going to limit this now to 2 minutes going forward. Our next caller is Alicia Casanova.
Hi, Alicia. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
My name's Alicia Casanova. I have served as board president of the Green Diamond Condominium Association and the Blue Diamond and Green Diamond Master Association for the past 25 years. I've been listening intently to all the speakers here and fully agree with all their positions. Our Blue and Green Diamond Towers with 630 units are just 2 properties north of the Fontainebleau. Yet at no time were we contacted or included in any discussion regarding this massive proposed project that will certainly impact all of us. The complete lack of community outreach is extremely disturbing. While we don't object to the Fontainebleau's desire to renovate or enhance their recreational facilities, we strongly oppose the current plans, which include a ridiculously high 120-foot tent slide and its large accompanying plastic or iron structure, something they proudly describe as one of the tallest slides in the country, and one which most likely attract a huge number of day visitors, especially since the tallest water slide in the U.S. today is only 25 feet taller and is located in none other than freezing Wisconsin. After thoroughly reviewing the 11 variances being requested today, we find no justifiable reason for the HPB to grant these significant waivers. We also question why a proposal of this scale and impact to our city is not being presented to the City Commission, where a broader public evaluation would be appropriate and where requirements such as public outreach and traffic studies would normally be expected. Our concerns are substantial. They include, but are not limited to, traffic impacts and additional unbearable congestion that will result from this attraction being located on an FDOT-controlled major roadway, which is already under construction and which will be under construction for several more years. Of course, inadequate vehicle access, given the length of the Fontainebleau's driveway areas, lack of stacking spaces, and lack of self-parking. Of course, environmental impacts, especially given our direct
Casanova?
proximity to the dunes.
Ms.
We
Casanova.
urge you to reject this proposal in its current form, and we look forward to working with you in revised plans. Thank you.
Okay,
Next
so
caller.
Just before we do that, so as we're moving on to our remaining Zoom comments, we have adjusted the time based on the advice from staff and city attorney. We've looked into this. 2 minutes. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. If it's something that's already been stated, say I support my neighbor's statements. Don't repeat the statements that we've already heard. If you can avoid it, thank you.
Next caller is Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, do I need to be sworn in again?
No.
No, Daniel, you were sworn in this morning.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo, 730 10th Street. I was also the curator of the Morris Lapidus exhibit in 2022, so I'm imagining what he would think watching this hearing and seeing the proposal. He did love drama, so I think he would have been delighted at the controversy. The residents of the adjacent condo must have some sort of an agreement with the Fontainebleau, which governs their relationship. And if it's all joined together, one would expect they would need a thumbs up to move forward. So I would urge them to work directly with the Fontainebleau instead of using the HPB and our government to moderate that relationship. I don't personally see this as a historic preservation issue. It is a slide. Legally, this could go either way given the variances being requested. However, I am leaning towards saying yes to a fun, family-friendly activity. I remember going to the Fontainebleau as a kid growing up here in Miami Beach and swimming at the grotto. Then it was destroyed when the Tresor Tower was developed. And now the Tresor owners don't want a slide to block their view. That is the definition of a real Miami Beach story. Same with the Green and Blue Diamond, two of the largest towers in Miami Beach. After they were built, that whole area was downzoned. But these owners seem to be the source of most of today's opposition. For years, Tallahassee has been watching these meetings and hearing how Miami Beach residents are against everything. These sort of disputes do not help our case to maintain local control. So I want to say for the record, Miami Beach is a welcoming place. We welcome people of all ages, including families. We should all work together on a better design to mitigate the impacts and ensure a discount for local residents who want to enjoy the historic property. Thank you.
Our next caller is Howard Balaban.
Howard, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Howard, you're on mute. We'll go to our next caller and he'll come back if you're still available. The next caller just has the iPhone on the screen.
If you could state your name and then I'll swear you in, please.
Yes, Helen Emanuel.
Hi, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk. I'm an owner. I have units on Sorrento, north side, and this project is going to be a disaster. I used to come to Fontainebleau since like 15 years ago when I didn't have a unit myself. I used to rent it, and I enjoyed it so much, staying in the balcony, looking at the beach, looking at this, walking on the boardwalk. Now I wouldn't even want to come there because I'm going to go to the balcony and I see these slides and noise and all of these traffic. This is not, Fontainebleau is not kids friendly. It's not for kids. It's not designed for kids. It's an adult and it's not appropriate for kids. And I don't think this is going to be good for Miami Beach. And the value of the property of our units fallen down. I mean, a lot. I don't want to think about buying anymore. I don't want to even think about staying there if this project goes through. I think it's a nightmare. I think you should reconsider even considering it. This project is at the expense of owners' loss of equity and peace of mind, which we worked hard for it. We worked very hard to make to buy this and enjoy it and have a little income. And this is ruining everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Karen Maffei.
Hi, Karen. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Well, I just want to say I agree with all the other points opposing this water park. But my other point is that I'm afraid the other hotels will start doing the same thing. And it could become something like a amusement park all up and down South Beach. And then you're going to have a lot of crime like Coney Island. So I just want to make that statement.
Thank you. Our next caller has a designation screen as Samsung SM-X800.
Hello. Hello?
Hi, could you state your name for the record?
Yeah, okay. My name is Didier Varlet.
Hi, Didier. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2
Okay,
minutes.
I am owner and resident at Green Diamond. Basically, I agree with most of the criticism of the project, particularly the character of Miami, the water management, the problem of traffic, etc. And I think that if we accept this project, it means that we have no respect for our history. And I think our history is very important, is a large part of the quality of life in Miami, and I think it's very important. Another point I would like to make is that the Fontainebleau, like they present the fact today, are very imprecise and dishonest, in my opinion. And there is no professional analysis of the water usage, the noise of pumps, the traffic, the capacity management. I take the example of the capacity management. It was very imprecise. Maybe we will have more people this day, less people this day. It's a joke. And obviously, they don't have, what they want to do is to make more money. They don't care about us. And they consider that they can do whatever they want. And I think this project is a monstrosity. It's bringing Disney World in the middle of a very nice area, historic area, and it would be a disaster to accept it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Malia Reichman.
Good afternoon, Malia. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Malia Reichman. I live on Collins Avenue by the Fontainebleau, and I am urging the Stark Preservation Board to say no to this water park proposal. 12-story, 130-foot water slide. To be frank, when I show this to people, they think it's a joke, like a prank. They can't even imagine that a proposal like this would be pushed through here today or put even up to vote today. Putting something that looks like a floating Carnival cruise ship in the heart of Miami Beach will have serious irreversible consequences. Let's start with the obvious. This does not fit the brand or character of the Fontainebleau or of Miami Beach. The Fontainebleau wants to be a mix of old world glamour and modern nightlife. And to be frank, the Fontainebleau picked their brand already. They are the nightlife, party, adult drinking, and that's great, and it's beautiful. And when you mix that with a 12-story water park, you don't think people are going to be going to the bars, drinking, and then trying to stumble up 12 stories up in the air and go down a rushing water slide? Someone is going to get hurt. And it's not a matter of if, but when. And then obviously the traffic has been a major concern. How are those ambulances going to be getting to the Fontainebleau when there's slip and falls or, something much worse? And then there's hurricane season. I've actually stayed at the Fontainebleau during hurricanes with the Fontainebleau top-rated hurricane windows. And even then, the glass is shaken. And now we're expected to believe that giant plastic slides right on the ocean, screwed in by a couple of bolts, will be able to withstand hurricane season? We're talking about debris that could tear through buildings, and that really is a public safety nightmare. The building is already maxed out. If you go there, you'll see it go in December time. It's bursting at the seams. The Fontainebleau could say whatever they want to try to alleviate your concerns, but it's done. They have 3 hotel buildings, 2 convention centers, multiple restaurants, one of the top nightclubs in Miami. At some point, enough is enough. This proposal is unsafe, out of character, and completely incompatible with the reality of this neighborhood
Thank you,
and this
Mrs.
hotel.
Reichman.
And it must be rejected.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Vivian.
Hi, Vivian. Could you state your full name for the record first?
Vivian Chavez,
Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm a resident of the Green Diamond, and one thing, I agree with everything that's been said against this thing right now. I don't want to repeat it like you said, but one thing that I have noticed that nobody has said is that this is going to be the steepest drop of a water park, of a slide in the world, or in New York, or in Miami. Do you imagine what the screams are going to be of those kids every minute when they go down that slide? And the residents, what they're going to hear every minute of the day with these kids? That's all I wanted to bring up, and you have to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian.
Next caller is Chris Kearney.
Hi, Chris. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Chris,
I do.
please. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I own 6 condominiums at the Fontainebleau Hotel in both the Tresor and Sorrento Towers. And I love the Fontainebleau. I've been going there all my life, and I applaud management for attempting to continue to make the Fontainebleau relevant. What I do not applaud, however, is this project that they're trying to force through. And I don't want to repeat all of the comments that have been raised already, so I won't. There are 2 comments, though, that I don't think have been raised with much clarity. The condos in the Sorrento Tower, virtually all will be negatively impacted by the additional noise, both from the crowd and from the pumps, as was mentioned earlier. And at least 100 of those condos are going to be negatively impacted by the loss of views, ocean views. Both of those are going to result in millions of dollars, if not $100 million, in property devaluation, which is going to lead to millions of dollars in reduced property taxes payable to the city of Miami and sales taxes from rentals payable to the city of Miami and Florida. The second item that I wanted to mention, and it may be a little bit of a solution here, right? We have 2 sides that certainly think that their sides are viable. But there's a property on the Fontainebleau area in the north that if the water park was scaled down, it would have to be scaled down tremendously. But if the water park was moved to that north piece of property, it would impact much of the issues around views and noise to both the hotel and to the condominium owners. And the Fontainebleau would still be able to have a water park, hopefully to a smaller extent, and have their cabanas and all the other amenities that they want to provide. Why they're sticking this water park next to the residential condos or the rental condos, I just don't understand it, because it's really going to alienate a lot of the owners, and it's going to impact, as I mentioned, property values and taxes tremendously. Put the water park in the north part of that property, and I think a lot of the opposition will go away.
Our next caller is Dov Klein.
Hi, Dov. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess so.
Do you so swear?
I do affirm, yes. So,
Thank you. 2 minutes.
my name is Doug Klein. I live at 4747 Collins Avenue, which is the Mimosa. I'm also a member of the board. One of the first things that I like to say is that I object to the process carried out by the Fontainebleaus and never reached out to us as a board or to any, from what I understand, other building boards to discuss this project ahead of time and try to see if we can come to some common ground where we can all be appreciative of some of the amenities and developments that they are putting forth. That never happened, and I think that that's a process that was faulty. Having said all that, I'm not going to reiterate all the things that I've heard, and with which I concur. I speak particularly to the passion that Mark Weiss brought in his comments to the board, and I echo those who commented to the board as with respect to what the work that they have done in other projects. And I wish that the board looked very, very closely at all the supposed variances that this project is looking to achieve. At the end of the day, I think that I speak on behalf of all the residents of our building. We object vociferously to this project as it stands. Perhaps it could be modified in some fashion, but clearly the way it sits right now, it's going to be an eyesore. People who have been in the habit of enjoying walking along the beachfront and having pristine views are going to be hampered to have those views, especially with this entire project the way it's envisioned. In addition to some of the other things that were said, I don't even have a clear view as to what it's going to look like from the beach side. And this whole idea of trying to ram this through without people on either side of the project being able to understand exactly what it's going to look like and how they're going to be impacted by it is not the right way to go. And lastly, I concur with just about everything everybody else has said, particularly with respect to the traffic situation, which has got to be made. Ultimately, it's going to be far, far worse than it possibly was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller is Jacob Ramanpour.
Hi, Jacob. Do you swear the testimony you'll give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you so swear?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to raise a few points. We are, as a family, we have a few units in the Sorrento Towers, and we always look forward to coming down from New York all the time, whether it be the summer, winter, any break that we can get our hands on. A few things that they had never contacted, as we've heard multiple times by the other owners. This was a project that had just been brought up by themselves and never contacted or were in agreement with any of the other owners. And by putting this forth, they kind of decided to put it on the owner side where the condo buildings are located and nothing on the hotel's own property, meaning if they wanted to actually enhance their own property, they have plenty of grass to do it on the other side of the hotel grounds. And it would completely block out 10 floors of the ocean side of the hotel. And when you wake up, Miami's been known for its awesome sun and everything. You come there just to bask in the sun. No one's coming there to go for the Six Flags. When we come there from New York or whatever, we just want to go and just relax and just sit in the sun. By just coming there to like a water park, it's completely not the idea of what Miami has been known for. And if we wanted to go to like a real water park, we can always go to other water parks. It's just not the place for it, being that Miami has been known for its awesome sun. And by putting this forth, it would be completely obstructing that and damaging what it's been always historically famous for. And I just want to say that we are completely opposed to this. If the board can completely reconsider these variances and objecting to putting them forth. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Next caller is Howard Balaban.
Hi, Howard. Do you swear the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Howard, please unmute yourself.
Howard, go ahead.
Howard Balaban. I own, my family owns 5 units in both the Tresor and the Sorrento buildings. I'll be very quick. My concern is that the water park is going to change the character of the hotel and it become less of a hotel and more of an amusement park. And number two, and my last point, is I think the same impact it will have on the boardwalk and all of Mid-Beach, which will turn it into a more honky-tonk area than we have now. Thank you. That's the end of
Did we have anybody else in chambers that wanted to speak? No one's going to make you. I just saw you stand up, so I wanted to make sure that you had your opportunity if you wanted it.
Hi, my name is Mary Savage. My husband Scott and I own a condo at the Tresor, and we drove 8 hours to be here. We live in South Carolina full-time and purchased our unit as a part-time vacation home for us, and this is so distressing. I grew up in a historic home built in 1806. My father was the founding member of our Historic Preservation Board in Beaufort, South Carolina, and I've continued his legacy and have been a champion of historic preservation, and this is just such a shame. I mean, aren't we supposed to preserve history for our future generations? What is this? This is, I don't know if you're familiar with Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but it is the tackiest, trashiest place. And we don't want that here. I mean, you know, continue the legacy of the people ahead of you. Preserve the history and the beauty of Miami Beach. And I know a lot of people are here to show their support for our voices, and they're afraid to stand up just like I was. It's scary standing up here and speaking. But please take into consideration all of these are some people's homes, and I don't know what else to say, Scott.
Well, you just don't want to open up Pandora's box. Be careful, you know.
But we thank you for your time, and I know it's been a long day, but.
We have one last caller on Zoom. Norton Nessus.
Hi, Norton. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. My wife and I own a number of units in the Fontainebleau. And when I saw the proposal, I could not believe it. It was shocking. First of all, the area as it is packed with buildings, people, pools, children playing outside in that kid zone area. There's no unused part of that area. And then to take this enormous, I could not believe it, a 12-story project and put it in the middle of that crowded area and have all those slides wrapping around the building, children screaming and yelling. It was just inconceivable. I could not believe that anyone would even think of doing such a thing. And so I am totally against it and even shocked that it should come up. Can my wife say a couple of words?
Sure, go ahead.
Nobody considers the small owners. There's hundreds of them. They worked their whole life, they put dollar to dollar, and they bought this apartment and they felt like $1 million. Then to plop this in front of their window, it makes the apartment completely unusable. I mean, Mr. Sofer, you're a billionaire. Isn't it enough? Do you have to ruin people's investments that won't be worth anything? I don't think so. When they say for guests only, that's a bunch of bull. What happens is, and I've seen it, one person rents an apartment, a studio, and he brings 10 friends, and they all sleep on the floor in the studios. This happens over and over again. They drink, they drug all night, they make noise, they keep everybody awake. You call security comes up, they do nothing. It's not going to be for guests only. it's gonna be for the guests of the guests. And Six Flags, I read about all the different crime that's there and shooting that's there. I don't know, I think, Mr. Sofa, you should be happy you're a billionaire and let the people who put their little investment in, let them live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would suggest we close the public
Yeah,
hearing.
that closes public comment. Applicants rebuttal?
Yeah, well, look, I think it's clear we've got some work to do here, and we've heard from a lot of folks. So we'd like to follow staff's recommendation and continue it to the January meeting, but if possible, I know you've all had a long day, if there's some comment, so we'd ask you to take that continuance and give us time to meet with some of these folks, work with staff, and take a look at some of these items. But in the meantime, if there are some thoughts or comments the board would like to share with us, we'd be happy to have those in the meantime.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start with Randy. If you've got, Ray's got his mic on. Go ahead, Ray. Do you have comment for the applicant?
My concern was in the very beginning, you said you had a support from all of the buildings around the Fontainebleau, and it clearly doesn't seem that way here. So I don't know why you would have made that statement to start with. And
just to clarify, because I want to be clear, Soho House, our team met with Soho House, Eden Rock, and the condo owners. Some condo owners were supportive, clearly some are not, but that's where our outreach.
maybe you don't have any of those that were supporting you here today. So that's right. I'm wondering if you did have any. That's my question. And number two, it seems to me that when you request variances, you have to show, you know, a real need for that variance, and that it affects your business. This is an added business, not affecting, you know, something you're trying to build. So I'm a little concerned about the variances that you are asking for.
Thank you, Ray. Randy?
Yeah, a couple things. It's hard to measure anything because nothing's it's to scale, but it's the only elevation of the project on the beach walk from the beach is this one. It's a 250-foot long water structure on the beach walk. The tower is almost insignificant compared to the rest of the 5-story structure, which is just massive. And this is the other elevation that you have, which nothing in color, no description, just outline drawings. It is a huge structure, and irregardless of traffic, whether kids have snotty noses or not, the compatibility of this building with this property, to me, is just, I can't get over it. I can't understand how this is compatible. Irregardless of who's using it or how often they're using it, just structurally, and that's our job, is to look at compatibility and context. There is no context for the structure on this site. There just isn't. So that's my stand.
Haskell, comments?
I think enough has been said about it. I'll let everybody else speak. Thanks.
No, I largely agree with Randy. This is out of context, and quite frankly, I don't find any way to make this compatible. With the neighborhood. Someone referenced moving it to the north. I'm just wondering why you didn't, what was your reasoning for putting it right where it's proposed?
It would be right next to the historic structure.
So if you're going to respond, if you could be on mic, if you're going to respond. This is supposed to be comments, though, Mitch.
So I think, to echo Anthony's point, it would be closer to the historic structures that we're trying to protect, and also further, the kids' play area is kind of, that's where it is now, so it was a natural place where there's less activity on the site. But, you know, we'll look at options.
If you could scale it down and put it where or bring back the purple octopus, that would be great.
Any comments?
I think there is a lot being said, and I think 11 variances is a lot to ask. So I think we're continuing this for a future meeting. So I think a lot needs to be changed in order to get more people agreeing with the proposed project.
So my comments will echo some of those that were up here. One of the things that I thought was missing that would be helpful for me is seeing what this looks like from the beach walk and not just the one at the angle. You've got some work to do based on the comments we've heard today, but whatever your ultimate proposal is, being able to show that as well, I think will demonstrate to both the public and the board what this really is going to look like.
So that's nice, but generally, we have an opportunity. We've been doing this for a long time. We understand there are concerns, but we would like an opportunity to work with staff and work with the neighborhood. I did reach out. Appreciate it. I did reach out towards the end of last week after we heard these concerns mounting. And while we didn't have an opportunity to meet with the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association in a short time, there will be time available after Thanksgiving, and we'd like that opportunity. And again, we know that there's some things we want to work on with staff. We've already addressed a few of the variances, so there's actually less based on the staff report that we reviewed. So we put a lot of time and effort and funding into this, and we'd like an opportunity to make some adjustments to make it work. So we really would like to be back. And again, there's a lot to this. That's not just the slides. It's an important request. So we really would like a continuance. Thank you.
Understand. So with that
I would
said-
move to
go ahead.
continue it.
Okay. Do we have I'm going to ask you very politely if we can please be quiet in the chamber so that we can proceed with our procedure. Thank you. So we have a motion to continue. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The application is continued to the January 13th meeting.
Date certain. Okay. Thank you.
A question for staff. How many have to approve this project? 5 or 4?
Five.
5.
With that, that concludes our meeting. Thank you.
We request transparency and ask what's going to be the impact to traffic. How many employees do they have to add to go to this enterprise? I need to know how it's really going to impact the community. None of that has been disclosed. And that every building and every resident in Miami Beach gets a copy of what they're telling us. Because we don't know if the board has already notified. That should be an absolute requirement.
And an independent traffic study.
So my recommendation would for you to reach out to the applicant, try to coordinate. That's the advice we can give you.
You guys can mandate an independent traffic study. You guys even all said there's none done. You know the traffic's bad.